I'm like tired, but there's no way in hell I'm gonna be able to sleep. And now we've got like, what, how long until GW starts? An hour till we need to start grouping? Yeah, I ain't going to sleep. Nope. So now we just do this instead, I guess. You don't. Yep. Whoa, what is this? Nope. 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 Changed a couple things real quick on the stream. What's up, Baguette? How's it going, buddy? Good morning. What's up, Nelak? How's it going? Not too much. Just had the most like out of whack sleep schedule recently, so it's like I'm not gonna go to sleep for an hour before the event starts. Good morning, man. See, you're in the same boat as myself. Doing fine. Did Steel send you the report? I don't think I got any reports from Steel. I've been backtracking through my messages trying to reply to people. What is this? For infantry field. What's up, everyone? What's up? What's up, Rocks? What's the best hero? Like in general, or like my best hero, or what? What you mean by that? Also, let me know if the music is too loud. It's not too loud on my end, but just in case, turned it down a little bit. I've been trying to reply to everybody. Fuck no, man. Any date for the Beast video, Z? Yeah, so funny fucking story. I literally messaged the IGG developer or the chat or whatever that I have with them and was like, yo, is there an update on my request for the information on the combo encounter? And then they never replied. But then I sent him another follow-up message and was like, yo, what the fuck? I saw the video from Armored that you guys made like the majority of his videos ineligible on the creator content contest. And I just looked and 7 out of the 10 videos that I submitted were deemed ineligible on the creator content contest as well, including my guides and stuff. And the only terms and conditions you guys set was that the videos had to be submitted within a certain period of time, and they had to be relevant to Doomsday, both of which I met the credentials for, or the criteria for, and you still deemed them ineligible. Like, what the fuck is that about? And they were like, oh, well, we'll investigate on that. We'll check into it. And it's like, okay, So you just completely skipped my question about the combo and the counter, and now you're addressing this. I don't know. It's weird. But I was really hoping to have that information. If I don't have that information, I may just split the video into two, with one of them focusing more on the chips and the attributes, and one more on the pairings. I've been thinking about just doing that instead. Yeah, it's kind of a project that I have in the books for the weekend, because I literally just sent that message to them yesterday. GW is so boring. Yeah, I think it depends on your matchups for sure. We definitely have our snooze fests. Like this one's gonna suck. NTD is one of the enemies for us on the map. And they have Broccoli. He hates getting called Broccoli, but Broccoli. He's insane. They also have Crimson Rabbit, which, if you see his videos, he's fucking insane. And then they have other really strong whales as well. Fucking Panda is sitting on his helipad. He's not going to come out and fight. And then these guys initially asked us to ally, and now it seems like they want to fight for second, so we'll have to put them in the dirt. Yeah, it's we're kind of in a fucked circle too right now. You saw I increased my counter damage. I still have 2 equipments to replace. I'm wondering if I should go overboard or focus on damage reduction or red. Oh. Okay, Rock. So my approach and all that, man, is that I have seen myself, so I can either make like one almost 11 mil beast, or I can run 2 9.5s. But what I've seen is that like the majority of kills are coming from like beasts, for example, right? Especially like in our typical brackets and matchups, like where we're not in Apex. If we were in Apex like G1 to 3 and the majority of people have really strong beasts, that's one thing. But even in upper elite, like 95% of players aren't going to have decent beasts. So my whole approach on everything has been just maximize damage reduction and just let beasts deal most of the damage, right? And it has been working out quite well. So I have like 55% squad damage reduction essentially coming from like the refinery and all that stuff. And then I'm just kind of letting beasts do the rest. And you're like, honest, because like when you look at it, right, like if you have a really good matchup with your beast having an advantage over theirs, and I'm talking like a pretty significant advantage, you know, like your skill damage in the field or your beast damage in the field is still like your beast is going to kill, you know, 10-20,000 troops every few seconds, which is the same thing as a rage skill, right? Whereas like if you increase your counter damage on an attack might kill like 1,500 troops or something like that. So let's say it's 1,500 and you get enough counter damage to increase it by 50%. That's still 70 or 750 troops, or every 6 seconds or 7 seconds for a rage skill. It's like 5,000 additional troops. So I think it comes down to like, if your beasts are strong enough to work and do most of the killing, I would say that your primary stat should be like your damage reduction and just letting your beast shine. If it's not, then I mean, increasing your counter damage can do well. But like your counter damage is primarily going to be your focus if you're like on garrison, right? Like in the field, you don't want to get targeted. And that's when your counter damage is going to shine. Because if you're getting targeted in the field and letting your counter damage shine, your march is still going smaller and smaller because it's getting attacked. So you're dealing less and less damage the longer that goes on. So I feel like it's like a double-edged sword. I feel like you're helping yourself in garrison, but you're almost punishing yourself in the field. So I guess that really boils down to like how often you're in garrison, which I know for you, you're in garrison quite often. So I don't know. I feel like you could go either way. Yeah, Call of Dragons support is really good. Call of Dragons, Rise of Kingdoms. Yes, their support is really good. We aren't fighting this round since all 3 alliances attacked destroying zombies. Oh, that sucks. Oh, you have an ad. What's up, bad boy? How's it going? No, China outsources their support. That's the problem. China. No, IGG outsources their support, is what I meant to say. That's the problem. Ugh. But no, what I was saying, Rox, if you're here and can hear me, is that counter damage is going to help you in very specific situations and scenarios, like Garrison. It'll help a lot, but it's going to punish you in the field. So it's like, I don't know. I feel like you kind of have to like weigh that one. Do you want to gain something in Garrison but punish yourself in the field, or gain something that'll help you in both? On the alternative, if you do go something that helps you in both, like damage or damage reduction, it becomes much more expensive to level it up. Thank you, Cheo. Hope you have a good day as well. No, this Genesis circle's gonna fucking suck. But we're gonna try it to see if we can get into the circle 1 for the rewards. But this circle sucks, man. NTD is a unit. Panda's on his helipad. So, I don't know. It's gonna be interesting. We're in Warzone 3, huh? It's cooked. Why is Warzone 3 so much higher than Warzone 4, even? Should have just been in Warzone 4. We spanking these dudes. Oh, this is where Bazaar's at, right? Or is this a different ace? Oh, wait, no. Bazaar's playing in a different alliance for, Oh, wait, that's a different ace. Never mind. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, on the one hand, it does punish you in the field, but on the other hand, going certain stats is much more expensive. Honestly, can you send me your armament set real quick? What's up, Vesta? How's it going? Can you send me your armament set real quick, Rox? Because I think that based on what your armaments... Or send me an arena report, actually. Send me an arena report. Because I think based on how your armaments are going... I don't know. Because I feel like you could go, like, double attack and see similar... I would say, like, 75% of the same gains that you would see on Garrison by just going, like, double counter damage. It would be 75%. It wouldn't be the full benefit. But you would also see an increase in your skill damage and your basic attack as well. And then you're also not just punished for being just on Garrison. Like if we go stats 302. Yeah, see, you're at like 23% damage reduction. Yeah, you're pretty Garrison heavy as is. You got 1, 2, 3, 4 hones for Garrison already. Let me count your attack and defenses here, though. So you got 3 offense, 2 defensive. 4 to 3. Wait. Yeah, 3 to 2. 4 to 3. 4 to 5. 5 to 5. 7 to 7. 10 to 8. 10, 10, 12, 10, 12, 11. 16 to 12. 20 to 13. Your 25-13 is the ratio of how many offensive hones you have as opposed to defensive hones on this. So it's almost double. So what I would almost argue to say is that, like, on your equipment, I would almost go double defense, brother. I would almost go double defense. or if you can, a damage reduction and a defense. I would say you would net the most benefit by increasing your survivability. I think that right now the biggest thing that's hurting yourself is that you have really high offense, but your defense is getting punished. You only have 302% defense, and you only have 25% damage reduction. Like, I feel like your biggest net gain here, the best way to trade more positive, is that you already have a lot of offense. I can almost guarantee... Yeah, see, your firepower is ahead. So you're more offensive in garage. You're twice as offensive in your armaments. I would even the balance out and go pretty much full defensive in your refinery. Whether you do that in double defense or a damage reduction in defense, that's what I would do. Holy shit, Spud. Thank you, brother. You certainly did not need to do that. But thank you. I'm doing well. Thank you. Hope you are too, brother. I really appreciate that. Ahsoka. What's up, brother? I missed you. I saw your long message, Cheo. Sorry. I'm a ranged player. If I want to bring 2 squads into the field, I have heroes Sophie and Spectra who have awakened. I want to ask who is the most suitable to be their assistant. I would pair Isabella. Isabella is insane right now as a ranged support. I don't know if I have any reports, but between her 25% skill damage bonus, the bonus damage being taken, and when she's paired with ranged, gets the additional 20% damage to this as well. She's just very high damage. Now, it's a matter of time before this gets patched, because this should only be working when she's in lead, but it's not at the moment. This also works if she's on support at the moment, as of November 22nd. This should eventually be patched, but even if this got patched, she still has 25% skill damage and additional damage being taken. I would put Isabella into your mix as one of your supports. And who would you say the other one was? Sophie, Spectra? I would say... if you can do the exchange and get Cedric Spectra is really good. If you want to go the budget-friendly route, Spectra and Louis is good too. Honestly, like, I have a lot of fun by running I have a lot of fun running Sophie and Isabella, because not only does Isabella increase the damage that they take by 15%, but Sophie does the exact same thing, where she increases the skill damage they take by 20%, so it's like a 35% additional damage that they take. On top of that, if Sophie is leading Isabella, and Sophie makes it to where they take 20% additional skill damage, and Isabella's making it to where her skill is doing an additional 20% damage plus the bonus skill damage, her behind Sophie just does a stupid amount of damage. Sophie and Isabella right now is a very stupid high amount of damage coming out of Isabella. Steel sent you the report. Okay. I'm trying to think if there's anyone else I'm missing. Probably just leave it at that. Jesus fucking whale. What the fuck? Wait, did he have the same profile pic as the guy that we just beat the shit out of? Yeah, he did. Same profile pic as the fucking, or one of the guys in his alliance has the same profile pic as the guy that we beat the shit out of last GW. Okay. Oh, see, yeah. Sophie and Isabella. Bro, this pair is disgusting on the amount of damage that it does. Absolutely disgusting. Yeah, it's like 30% more than Sophie's rage skill. Okay, so wait, what were we looking at on this? We were looking at, the buff. The spaghetti code buff. Why is this? Oh, it's because I have that. Oops. Who am I allied with? Nobody. NTD wanted to fight everybody in a 1v3, which they're fully capable of doing because they have insane fucking whales like Crimson Rabbit and Broccoli. But as you can see, Panda is sitting nice and cozy by the fireplace in his helipad. Where's our boy? Where's our boy Panda? He's not even here. Is he back in his region? Panda, 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 panda. Anyways, Panda's on helipad. These guys were supposed to ally us. They requested to be allies, but I think that they saw that, like, since Prim doesn't want to come out, I think they want to fight for second place. So we're just gonna have to bury these guys and get second. I don't know. It's gonna be a fuck fest here in a minute. Yeah, they're not really garrison heroes. If you're running dual pangolins, run crit chips on your main beast. And if you're a garrison, run counter on your second. If you're not a garrison, run combo. Reason being is that you need to proc this as often as possible as support, which procs on a crit. So because of that, crit needs to be your primary chip focus on your main pango. So go crit and then combo if you're a rally or field player, counter if you're a garrison player. Okay, anyways, I gotta go back to these reports. I keep getting distracted. Stop distracting me. Let's see. Yeah, Deadly Elegance gets triggered. Yeah, that is so weird that it just doesn't... Well, actually, no. Hers pops up down here. Why does it pop up twice, though? For the battle's duration. The start of battle. Interesting. Oh, you know what? Why? It's because you're going to get the flat 20%, and this is the start of the rage recovery. So you gained, I assume, 30 rage right here, which is why it triggered. So this right here starts with the bonus skill damage for the remainder, or for the whole combat. And then this is your first proc of the 30 rage, which happens every 10 seconds. Which he gets the bonus rage here. And I'm assuming, yeah, he gets the bonus skill damage up here. Yeah, it makes sense. It's very not neat and tidy because it's spaghetti code, but it's all appearing there. Hi Z, is Isabella actually broken? Daryl's second skill when leading also activates when he is the assistant leader. That's different. So Daryl, so it's different when it says this. All this means is that Daryl's troops behind him need to be riders. But what Isabella's is meant to be is that when she's serving as a leader, wait a minute. Yeah, no. Okay, yeah. No, I got myself confused there for a minute. So, yes, this is when there's the troops behind Daryl and Daryl's march. They have to be riders. It doesn't matter whether he's the lead or the support hero in the pair itself. But this right here means that when Isabella is the leader of the actual pair itself, this should work. But that's not the case. That's not working. It's working while she's support also. Victor is still very much a viable garrison hero. It's just that he's viable on single rally garrisons. So you can still run like Boyd Victor on single rally garrisons. If you don't have Boyd, you can actually run Ribbon, and Victor still works really well. But we were talking about like base garrisons. Like Victor is still like the best base garrison hero, unless you're getting swarmed. Then there's other factors at that point. Ally 1 triggered her skill. Yeah, no worries, Gio. I gotta go back to that image you sent me. Hold on, because I feel like I'm missing something. Oh, I see what you're saying. I think it's just, like I said, this is just simply spaghetti code. Because technically speaking... Yeah, because what it's doing... Okay, so what it's doing here is... If you were to read this in terms of like raw code, like CSS, JavaScript, whatever, is it's displaying the buffs that'll last infinitely first, then it's showing the temporary buffs second, then it's showing the combat, right? And it's doing it in order of enemy, yours, enemy, yours, enemy, yours. So it showed the enemy's 25% bonus skill damage on Deadly Elegance, because that's a permanent buff the whole fight. Then it's going to show the 20% skill buff, which is your permanent one. That's the whole fight. Now that we've gone past all of the permanent, this is going to last the whole duration of the fight or whatever buffs. Now it goes into the rage generation portion of it, which is he gets his 50 rage from here, and then you get your 30 rage here. So that's what's happening. Having 800 block or 250 lethality, is good or bad? Having any block or lethality is good. Doesn't matter the amount. Obviously, the higher the amount, the better. But having any block or lethality is good. I used to have like 1300 block and 250 lethality. And now I have 900 block and 430 lethality. I want to convert a lot of this attack to lethality for sure, or back to block, either one. I want to rehone a lot of this attack over, but I'm working on my other sets at the moment. I still need to get all these to red homes. First and foremost, we had a Cinema GW. The second strongest started fighting each, or the two strongest started fighting each other. So we had a good one. Oh, that's good. At least you're having a good time. At least when what it sounds like. Yeah, it's literally just spaghetti code is all that it is. It's displaying it properly. It's really messy is the problem. It's not that anything is wrong with it. It's doing it properly, but it's just you have to segment it. Everything from here to here, everything from this line up this is permanent and it's going to last the whole battle regardless. Then it goes into the second segment, which is here's your buffs that you're getting, or a temporary buff, boost, whatever have you, that you're getting right now. And this may proc every 3 seconds, 6 seconds, 10 seconds, whatever it may be, starting here, and that goes to here. So that's things like you got your 30 rage here. He got his 50 rage here. He got 75 rage here, so immediately gains 75 rage when entering the battle. Immediately gaining charge for 15 seconds. Things like that, and then it goes into combat. But it's doing it in them first, then you, them next, then you, then next, then you. It's just permanent, temporary, and then combat. What's up, Shuvo? How's it going? What's up, King D's or King D3? Oh yeah, I do remember the one. Should I switch to crit or should I stay on combo? Support has combo. Leader has crit. No, combo works because the corpse pull benefits from combo. He gets things like when triggering a combo, active skill increases by 15% the next time that the skill is used. So he benefits from combo, like no argument about that at all. So I would keep the combo, and you have crit ships on this one as your main one anyways. So that benefits the fact that it's going to proc the Pango support more often. So yeah, you're fine on that one, Sky. There's only one D3, bro. I'm just everywhere. Wait, is this D3 from Prim? Is this D3 from Prim? Wait, where did D3 go? I thought D3 wasn't Prim. Am I not smart? I thought Prim had a D3. Did you use honing chips on your main garrison hero on this honing event? No, I haven't touched my main hero in a while. I want to. I want to switch this 60% attack. I like it. Preferably, this would be like 30% attack, and lethality would be like 700 instead. Or my block would be closer to 1200 again. Oh, GROP. That's what it is, not Prim. That's right. That's right. Yeah. I'm dumb. Sorry. Who is better for field, Eileen Boyd or Boyd Eileen? Do Boyd Eileen, on the simple fact that Eileen actually has an AoE with her rage skill. And in this talent here, after you use a rage skill, you get a skill damage bonus increase. So what that means is that Boyd will use his rage skill, you'll get the skill damage bonus increase, and then Eileen will deal bonus AoE damage with hers. If you're running Eileen and Boyd, what will end up happening is that she'll use her rage skill, you'll get the bonus skill damage, and then you're only dealing bonus damage to one target with Boyd. So I would do Boyd lead, so that then you get the bonus to AoE damage. What's up, Brohit? How's it going? I'm a range main. I have 3 range squads and 2 infantry squads. I use Claude and Bianca as assistant on infantry to help my range squads. What infantry should I lead with? If you have Marco, Marco's really good. Marco and Claude does really good. If you don't, Boyd is really good to lead in front of Claude because the damage reduction and such. So like the biggest thing about buffers and debuffers like Claude or like Bianca is that like they're only buffing or debuffing if they're alive, right? So half of the battle for them is that you want to keep them alive. So leading them with someone like Bodala is great. Marco, while leading with Marco is great, is not because he helps keep them alive, but if they target Marco for the Claude or for the Bianca, they get HP cut by Marco because of his because of his skill. So if you have Marco, that's fine, but if not, Boyd is really good to pair with because Boyd has a lot of shields, so he has a lot of sustain and high HP to help keep like Claude alive. So Bodala is really good to lead with them. Boyd is really good to lead with them. If you don't have those, then something like Riven or Eddie, just something that'll keep them alive, is good. I don't understand some people saying that Isabella Awakened skill is a big because it's working on assistant as well. Sorry, what do you mean? It is a bug. Isabella is supposed to be the leader of the squad in order for this to work, and it's working when she's a support hero. So you can have her as secondary in a march instead of leading the march, and it still works. So typically, Isabella has to be in this slot in order to have that Awakened skill work, but you can have Isabella in this slot, and it still works. That's the bug. Do I have any garrison reports against Gumo? That's a very specific question. Have we fought against Gumo? We fought against Red Mango and Chori in the first circle. So this is a garrison report from the first circle versus them. But I don't know if I have any reports against Gumo. I have reports against like Ace and Toto and Wazar, or what used to be Pooh's account. I'm trying to think who other like big players I've garrisoned against. Goldie. I have garrison reports against Goldie. He's a super strong freaking whale. Who should you lead between Eileen and Miyamoto? That's less important. They're both AoE. It doesn't really matter between the two of them. Probably Eileen, because I think Miyamoto does more AoE. Claude or Chesy? Cloud or Chesy? I'm assuming that means Claude or Chasey. And I would go Claude. Yeah, I have auto gathering. Auto gathering is going right now. Can you share Boyd talent tree if you use your field? That reminds me, I don't switch my talent tree, do I, when I go field with them? Because I'm always in garrison. That's what I would use in field. Yeah, Crimson's tough as shit. He's strong as hell. So the bug on Isabella is that if you read her Awakened skill, it says when serving as leader and not rallying your garrison. So what that means is that typically, in order for any of these buffs to come into play, or for this talent to be true, she has to be in this first slot of a march. She has to be leading the march. But right now, she can be in the support slot or the second slot of a march, and it still works as if she's leading. So I tried out with the ads, and this gives you 3 months of Discord subscription. If you boost the server, which, holy shit, thank you for reminding me. I need to pull up my phone and do that right now, actually. I can start creating the custom emojis and emotes, and I can also do, fuck, what's the other stuff? You can see it. When you go to boost a Discord server, it says the benefits that you get on the server with the boost. Hold on, let me... Yeah, so 1 boost or 2 boosts, level 1 gives us the emoji slots. Level 2, 7 boost gives us the HD streaming and larger filed uploads. And then 14 boosts gives us a custom server invite link, a larger and a double the size file upload limit for individual files, and then highest audio quality. I guess that's for like if we're like in voice, but there is definitely some benefits to actually like doing it. Also, Rocks, if you hate the ads, I think just go to YouTube. I think YouTube has far less ads than Twitch does. Twitch is the worst when it comes to ads. I hate, like, I cannot watch Twitch streams. Like if I want to watch like Tim the Tatman or Peanut or something like that, I just go straight to YouTube now because it's far less ads. Ah, kumusta? Yeah, Goldie's awesome. All is well, all is well. Hope you're doing good too. Appreciate the subscription, Rocks. Oh shit, we hit our freaking goal with that. Now I have to update my goal. How do I change this goal? How do I change my goals? I don't know how to change my goals. Hold on a minute. How do I change my goals on this shit? Community? How the fuck do I update this? Stream manager? Oh, here it is. Manage goals. Subscription. Start new goal. What's the next threshold? It goes from 10 to 25. 25 it is. Oh, hey, baby, it's okay. Hey. Okay, baby, it's okay. Hey. Okay? You have a bad dream or something? No? You just woke up? Oh, baby. Go lay down in the bed with mommy, okay? Okay. Just go lay down on my bed. You're okay. You're okay. Just close the door behind you, okay? You okay? Okay, okay. Just go lay down on my bed. Go lay down on my bed with mommy. And then just close the door, okay? Damn, I hope they don't fix it. I know, that's the reason why I haven't made a video about it yet. Who is better for rally, Stella Bodala or Eddie or Riven? Don't use Riven for rallies. Bodala is fine. Eddie is fine. Claude is better. I appreciate it, Rox. Thank you, buddy. Yeah, I need to boost because I can do it with mine as well. But because my subscription's on my phone, I have to do it from my phone. How much do you need to spend to get auto gatherers? I don't even remember. Yeah, you can use like ad blocker or uBlock or Origin and all the rest of those, and you just have like pretty much like no ads on YouTube, which is nice. I have 4 range squads. I use Sophie, Louis, Julia, Spectra, Lynn, Claude. I want to pair Ethan and Isabella. Thanks, Baguette. There you go. Baguette said it 50, 80 bucks. I would try something different, Rohit. I would try Sophie and Isabella, and then run Louis and Ethan. So you would end up with Sophie, Isabella, Louis, Ethan, and then I would get rid of Julia and put Cedric and Cedric and Spectre together. I would do that. Louis Ethan is disgusting. Oh, don't tell me I have hiccups right now. Fuck my life. Oh, you have the cracked app. Oh, there you go. There, even better. About the rally. In a 1v1 rally against Garrison, is it better to use Stella Bodala or Stella Claude? It depends on your armaments and your refinery and all that. A lot of it boils down to your account itself. If you don't have a lot of defensive capabilities, like if your account isn't like set up like very defensively, then Stella Bodala does better because of the shield health. But if you have high damage reduction and stuff like that, Stella Claude does better because then the HP cut really increases your damage output, while the damage reduction that he also provides also helps. But you also have to be already fairly well set up with damage reduction in order for that to be the better option. Like I have like 55% squad damage reduction, I think. On mine. On the armaments. Damage reduction, yeah, 55%. Between refinery and armaments and stuff, so I can use Claude pretty effectively. Welcome to YouTube, D3. Welcome to YouTube. Yeah, big, like, I mean, like, that's the same thing with, like, with anything, really, like, your hero pairs, or, I mean, honestly, I would say that's probably the biggest impact, is, like, what hero pairs you run really depends on the stats that you're building around it. Oh shit, I gotta answer. Like in the field, I typically don't advise to use Stella in the field ever. But you can. But Boyd's biggest thing for working in the field is having his second skill transcended. If you don't have his second skill transcended, you can still use him. It's just not as effective. And Stella, you're saying skills 1 and 3. What is her third one? The microphone. Oh, it has the HP. Yeah, I mean, you still can. You miss out on a bit of, or quite a bit of damage output by not having the second skill of Boyd transcended. But yeah, you can still do that. But also that pair in general, like, isn't going to be very high damage output unless they focus you because of Stella. Like, this part of her kit, it's all based on her being targeted. Hi Z, can you tell me which survivors to use for the infantry garrison? I really don't pay attention much to my survivors. I have to be 100% honest with you. I think Rocks gives me shit because I don't really focus too much on him. But I mean, I'm running the shield effect percentage bonus, squad counter damage, and then squad counter damage. Is there any other better ones to run? Wait, I need to change this to Miyamoto. And this to Rick. Actually, this needs to be this. And this needs to be this. Yeah, I mean, honestly, like, it really just depends on what you have the strongest ones of. Shield effect is really good, counter damage is good. Both of which on garrison. With your Marco Claude combo, if you do a counter rally that's a swarm, it must be insane. Yes, it would highly depend on getting swarmed. But I have debated on using Marco Claude as a bait counter rally. Because if they do swarm that counter rally, then the garrison will just deal a crazy amount more damage to the rally itself. So I have very much considered doing that, but I have to also kind of weigh the options there. Is that, like, would I rather have us debuffing the rally, or would I rather just have someone like Nikhil counter rally with like a 7.2 mil rider? You know what I mean? Like, I feel like that's just more effective at that point. But in AR situations where they're rallying us with 3 rallies, I think that it's still a good idea if they're willing to swarm the rally, because then we're debuffing all 3 rallies with the HP cut. So there have been times that I've debated on it for sure. Yeah, HP is solid as well. It really just depends on what you have leveled up the highest, I think, when it comes to survivors. Next few TCs are going to be easy. I think next few TCs are going to be the hardest they've ever been. Because now you have so many more people that have awakened TC S tier heroes. Like, everybody overnight got awakened Ethans, Boyds, Ricks, Chaseys, Cedrics, things like that. Now all these people want cores to transcend even just at least 1 skill or 2 skills to be able to have them more effective in the field and stuff. I think that TC is going to be more competitive than it's ever been. Holy shit. Yeah, there's our 2 strongest rider players right there in one report. 6.4 and 6.7, so 7 mil and 7.2 mil. Jesus Christ. Yeah, Nikhil was like full invested in one march. Chase is spread out. Damn, Chase. What do they both look like? A double attack, attack damage reduction, double attack defense damage reduction, defense damage reduction. Wow. 25. Dang, boys. I love these two. Could I use a Dut plus Mio for field or no sustain? A Dut Miyamoto is still amazing. Like, a Dut, like, people will give her shit because she's not like a first tier pick. Like, a Dut isn't a first tier pick anymore because there's so many good heroes. But just because something isn't a first tier pick doesn't mean that it's a bad pick. A Dut is still very strong. There's just better heroes. I thought leader cores weren't universal. I thought they were unique to Isabella. Am I wrong on that? Could be wrong on that, honestly. I wouldn't be surprised. Hello, Z. Recently, Wales have been moving to alliances to play Fearless Zone. What do you think of top Fearless Zone map, and how do you see the game moving forward in this way? I was just talking to Crimson about this. He Crimson Rabbit, 700 mil or 600 mil player. He does E2 as well. He doesn't like Apex. There's too much to lose and no rewards. And then I said that very common theme heard from many strong players in Apex these days, fighting against ROK, SSI, and DHX every event is only so fun for so long. And it's the reason why he hates Apex. So it's a common thing that we've seen more and more and more. A lot of strong accounts are leaving Apex for Elite or Fearless, and that's going to happen. If you're in Fearless or if you're in Elite, just do the best you can to stay out of the top G bracket. So for Elite, that would be like G6, G7. For Fearless, it's like G26, G27. If you can stay out of those, you'll be totally fine. But I mean, at the end of the day, like, players are just going to, like, you're responsible for your own fun. And if somebody as a whale just isn't having fun in Apex anymore and they want to change brackets, then they want to change brackets. You're kind of responsible to make your own fun in this game. So they will do what they need to do. What's up, nobody? Nobody's here. I was thinking about getting rid of a Dut because I don't have any Awakened Heroes to exchange. If you do get rid of a Dut and you can take like an Eileen or Miyamoto or a Claude or an Isabella or a Boyd, then it's worth the trade for sure. But it also just depends on how many marches that you have and how many armament sets and stuff you have as well. I'm on the screen where it says that I can exchange universal ones for her. Yeah, you can exchange universal ones for her for sure. I think what he was saying is that with the leader roulette, you get universal cores, and I don't think you get universal cores from the Isabella one. I think that her cores are specific to her. I used universal cores for Isabella. Only Awakened Ethan will work good with Boyd. In Garrison with Ethan, you just need to have first skill transcended and fourth skill transcended. Second skill is nice. Fully transcended is obviously best. But at the bare minimum, you need to have first and fourth transcended. Bare minimum. Yeah, no, I confused myself as well. Is this correct, Team Boyd, Eileen, Adut, Miyamoto? Yeah, you could do that. If you want to do like a hybrid of AoE. If you want to have a single target focus march and an AoE focus march, then you can run Miyamoto, Eileen, and Adut, or Boyd and Adut. But yeah, if you want to hybrid it and make it to where you have 2 AoE marches, then yeah, that's correct. Ah, shite, I need to heal, huh? Fudge. I might as well clear this out. I think it's universal because the roulette reward can be changed. Like, can go way past the spins. No, I don't think they're universal. I know that. I only used a few universal cores. I maxed out the Isabella event all the way. And I think that her cores were only unique to her. Otherwise, I would have just used the cores and gotten Ethan completely done, and then just done one skill on Isabella. You don't really need Ribbon for infantry. Are you running like 5 infantry marches? If you are, then yeah, it's kind of tough to pick. It is a lot of gems. If you aren't rally or garrison lead, does having armaments on your rally or garrison squads even factor? Wait, what? No, you don't need to have armaments on marches that you send into a rally or a garrison if you're a filler, no. Anyone that told you otherwise, I probably wouldn't take advice from anymore. Is this correct? Boyd, Eileen, Adut, Miyamoto, Riven, Bianca, Eddie, Claude, Daryl, Felix. Yeah, I would swap places with Felix and Daryl. Put Felix's lead so Daryl's AoE gets skill damage bonus. Other than that, yeah, it looks good. There's no way there's no way that the cores that you got from the Isabella one was universal, because I just would have awakened Ethan for completely. There's no way. You're telling me Isabella doesn't have Isabella cores? That's a lie, because it literally says Isabella energy cores right here. And the only way to get these cores is from leader roulette. They're not universal. I have a bot host that hosts the bots for us, but they're going through issues right now. So we just have other players in the alliance hosting them. It's really easy to set up. Like, you can use any emulator or whatever to just multi-instance to just run a bunch of instances on your computer, and then you just need an auto clicker to click the help button. Mostly using 3. Yeah, if you're using 3 and you have all those heroes, yeah, you don't need any more. Yeah, it's not universal. They're not universal cores, sorry. I'm mostly in G8 and AR, so I don't even think about taking out Ranger Rider on the field. If you're in G8, I just wouldn't take anything out that's anything less than 5 mil. I just do it because I use this for like the debuff squad. And then, I mean, a 4 mil Rider, like, as long as it's not getting hit, cool. But I mostly just use the Rider March to fill rallies. Or fill rallies. But I don't really care for the healing costs and stuff like that either. Honestly, out of everything that I've like gotten or obtained, the most helpful thing has been this one. Like, auto farmers plus this has just been like life-changing when it comes to the game. Because then it's like every March that comes back is just like, it's giving me almost two, or it's giving me almost double. Who would you put in front for Bounty Ground between Felix or Daryl? Regardless of if it's Bounty Ground in the field, doesn't matter what it is, I would still put Felix in front of Daryl. Oh. Let's think about this. Here to here, here to here, here to here, here to here. I would run Rubina, Bianca, Marco, Claude, Rick, Janet, Felix, Chasey, Daryl, Isabella. Oh, that's my phone going off to wake up, even though I've been awake all night. Steel damage will help the AoE of Daryl. At what might can you start joining swarms? Like swarming what? Like swarming rallies and towers? I wouldn't swarm anything at all if it's if you have less than 6 mil in your armaments, or if you just have troops to kill off. Will you be doing bracket reviews of the top 15 war zones or something? No. Not really. I don't really do bracket reviews unless I'm just waiting, which typically happens in like Island Raid if I'm like looking at my own bracket, but it's not even really about like what alliances to avoid. I mean, like your focus should be like, how do I make it to where our alliance can fight any alliance that we get matched with, not how can I avoid alliances, because you're at the mercy of a roulette or of just a matchmaking system. You can fuck right off with that amazing car equipment. I'm playing with Adet, Bianca, Bodala, Claude, Miyamoto, Eileen, Sophie, Ethan, Bella, Elena. Put Isabella with... So you're gonna run Felix, Elena instead of Bella. I might get rid of Ethan and put... I would probably put Isabella behind Sophie instead of Ethan. Unless you have Ethan fully transcended. You could also... Like, if Ethan is fully transcended and you want to keep him there, then you could also swap out Bianca and put Isabella behind a Dut. Yeah, I mean, you can get Riven to just get if you want, but if you're running 5 infantry marches, or if you're running, like, mostly all infantry and don't have a built rider or range set, then it may not be worth getting them. Salamat po. Thank you for being here, Ethan. John Ethan. Magandang gabi. By the way, isn't it like 9 or 10 p.m. or something like that in the Philippines right now? Magandang gabi po. I just entered stream. I don't know if I missed, but what are the best 3 infantry hero pairs for field fights right now with the current meta? Boyd and Isabella is really good. Miyamoto plus Eileen is really good. And Marco Claude is really good. I hate having Stella in the field. Bodala doesn't really have any damage output, so Marco Claude, Boyd, Isabella, Miyamoto, Eileen, if you really want like the top 3 right now. Talents for Boyd, I would run something like that for Garrison and something like that for Field. I don't know if we're going to get well, probably will get Swarm, so I'll just keep that. Who's the best ranged hero to pair with Sophie? Ethan or Louis if you want AoE. Cedric if you want like single target. Or Cedric or Isabella or who am I thinking of? Spectra if you want single target, any of those 3. Ethan's good, but you need to have Ethan transcended on a few skills in order to have him, so I don't usually recommend him. If you have Ethan like fully transcended out, then yeah, Ethan is like by far the best secondary. I have a better leader set than archers. Yeah, Isabella's extreme. I like Isabella Sophie a lot because they both increase the damage that people take. Sophie increases it by 20%. Isabella increases it by 15%. If you put Isabella in front of Sophie, she's going to make it where they take 15% more damage, which is just going to buff the amount that Sophie's doing. And it could be on both of her skills as well. So, yeah, I'd be really viable D3. If you had to choose between Daryl Isabella or Sophie Isabella for sure. I don't know, because I mean, you have all the right heroes and stuff. It's just that you're playing like full infantry and you're not running 5 marches, are you? Auto farmer. The auto farming survivor. Auto gathering. Thanks, Shadow. Appreciate it. Who would you put Isabella behind? Eileen, Adut, or Miyamoto? Any of the 3, it wouldn't really matter. Eileen or Miyamoto if you need AoE, Adut if you need a single target, like harassment march. Yeah, Nikhil's awesome. I love him. If you want to send me an arena report, Nilak, it'd probably help me help you, but we'll have to see. I'll have to help you in a second. I gotta get everybody online 1 second. No, it's not that he's useless without the second skill. It's that he's just a lot better with the second skill. What's up, Fred? How's it going? I don't know that she would replace Sophie. I would say that she more should complement some of your other marches. You don't need her super weapon, but you really do need to have her first skill transcended to go from three marches debuffed to 5. That's like a huge damage change or bonus. Also, let me take a piss real quick, guys. I'll be back in like 90 seconds. Okay, I'm back. Sorry, guys. Sorry. Let's crack this as well. Sorry, ketchup on shot as well here. Why do you know? Bakit Kang Mag. I'm half Filipino. My mom is Filipino. She was born in Cagayan de Oro. I was born in the States. My dad's white, but I'm half Filipino. Medio. What is it? Medio? Or something like that? Is that how you say a little bit in Tagalog? Medio? Or something like that? NTD is too strong. Dude, trust me, I'm wondering the same thing, man. I haven't even gone to bed yet. I'm dry as a nun. Let me get back to you on that, Fury. I have a group to lead. Okay, how am I gonna do this? How are we gonna do this? How are we gonna do this? Do I have the right armaments on the right people? Yes, I need to switch my pairings though. This needs to be removed. This needs to switch to this. This needs to switch to this. This needs to switch to this. This needs to not go here. This needs to switch to this. This needs to switch to that. Save that. Overwrite this for now. Set that as preferred. Here. Okay, send a long question to the game. I could use your advice. Yes, I got you, Reaper. I will. Don't worry. Do you think you'll do a video about what heroes is worth keeping or good to trade? Yes, I can do that. I know that a lot of other content creators are doing it, but yes, I'm happy to do it. I didn't realize there were still so many questions about it. So yes, I certainly can. I appreciate it. Yeah, no. Totally fine to do. Totally fine to do. I'm also just someone that likes to see other people around me succeed. And I know how much YouTube means to some of the other content creators. So especially when things come out, I like to let other people kind of, fuck it. Fuck it. Swarm the hub. We need the points immediately. Yeah, they're coming. That's why I want to swarm this immediately. They're coming already. There's no allies on this map whatsoever. It's a complete free-for-all. Okay. Okay, get the fuck off my screen, please. Go. Oh my fucking god. Dude, I hate when it does this shit. Like, it is not full. Like, just get me in there. Okay, we're just gonna recover here in a second. Can I get in now? Please, please. Oh my god, I'm not gonna make it. Okay. Okay. Is NTD and FZ fighting? They are. Kind of, I think. Okay, we're going to do this. We're just gonna have to sacrifice. I'm just never going to get that march into there. Oh my god. Got one in. Okay. We're starting to get them back. There we go. Is Panda still just snoozing? Oh, look who woke up. Bro, stop clicking that shit. Alright, Garrison, take 3 rallies at the same time. I've done it all the time. Oh my god. I need to heal this. Just gonna try to bit my guy in the front a little bit to kill him down, and he's dying way too fast. He's just back to base, okay. I'm just gonna have to solo him or just march him straight at it. This actually works a bit better, I think. Dude, holy fuck. Can you stop with that stupid bullshit message? Oh, it's full. It's not fucking full. I need to keep these guys distracted. I need to sacrifice my other troops to keep them distracted from my garrison march, if possible. It's only a 70k march. I don't know if it's gonna make it though. Not likely. No. Okay. So annoying. Perks of being in an alliance that likes to be proactive and keep shit filled 24/7. Okay. Can we sneak? I'm gonna sacrifice like all my troops here to try to make it. Make it, March, make it. It doesn't even matter. Okay, so now we just have to garrison behind. Are we second? We are second. What are they trying to rally here? Ah, I see. Ah, that makes more sense. It is 2v1. No, it is 2v1. That makes sense. That makes more sense. It is 2v1. We just need to hold this and this. Yeah, we can just hold our own, honestly. We'll just take the third place if it's 2v1. Just defend our shit. What's being rallied? This? Spessie's already in it. Oh, yep. Fix that. Let's get rid of this. Go. We shall play this. Oh, I don't give a fuck about anybody being strong. We've been strong. We've fought stronger opponents. The part doesn't matter. It's just the 1v3 claim, and then you clearly not doing 1v3, you allying with someone is kind of funny, honestly. What else are they rallying? 6? That's gotta be rallied. Let's do this. They're all stacked here. Actually, I think it's better to just hit him from up here.
Good visibility. Target identified.
Soldiers, follow me.
The fuck is it? We're just spread out too thin here. I just have 2 mega whales. Yeah, Rox is not going to be able to hold on his garrison versus them. I gotta send a message there real quick. Just give up this one. We're just gonna kick everyone out on this. We hold here. Mate, why are you using Miyamoto as main and Volt as assistant? Because it doesn't matter which one's which. Literally, it doesn't matter. Ooh, that hurt. There better not be anyone off farm. Except Teot. Well, I might have to move somebody's base for them. Let's see. Move their base as well. Teot, you're getting demoted. Joss had something come up. Yeah, even this trade wasn't bad because fucking what's his name? Spessy was garrisoned for the longest time on this. I want to know what I trade against this. I might actually trade dead even with him on this. It's just me and him. I assume they swarm, so. Spessy does not have the strongest garrison, and his beasts are definitely not up there, so. Yeah, I'm down to fight that. I'm down to garrison against that, I mean. Where is... Yeah, Jaws had something come up, so it sucks for him, but oh well. That is your responsibility to shield and stuff. Now we wait for them. I actually cannot wait for this. Get to take 30 minutes of a Crimson Rally. Ah. Yeah, we could actually trade really good against this, both of them. And get to see what our garrison does against two of the biggest whales in the game. Yo, hurry up and build your tower so we can fight, please. And now we wait. long is the build timer on these things? Like 3 minutes or something? Probably like 8 minutes away from a rally. How long is it? 4, so 9 minutes. 9 minutos. I don't know why Rocks would try to eat this, honestly. It's such a waste. On resources. I still have a whole circle left. Why are you eating this? I don't know. I know Rocks likes to have his base hit, but this is one of the more questionable ones to me. It's not like you'd even be close. Their rallies are insane. Yo, hurry this tower up. Jesus Christ. I mean, yeah, you get the free ones first. Yeah. You know what? It makes sense. Taking the rally, like, as soon as the rally launches, I'd probably just fucking, like, right here, I would shield 100%. Like, dude. 40k. Hit the shield button. There you go. Yeah, I wouldn't have even let the rally touch. That's crazy. Oh, nothing. Just waiting for NTD to rally us. I'm just waiting. This person always burns. He's been on the chopping block for the Alliance for a long time. He's out. Rox is just eating free hits, pretty much. Alright, is rally up yet? Rally up, please. Crimson, set the rally, please. Oh my god, why did you have to rally with this guy? Oh. Yeah. Broccoli. Let's ride. I've been watching way too much Peanut recently. I fucking love that guy. Let's ride. That rally up? Nice. There we go. Ooh, you know what? Need some of these as well. Yo, what's up? Good morning. The visual health bar is your squad, not the tower. The visual health bar is just your squad, primarily. And then it is partially the actual tower itself, but it's primarily the health of your actual squad, not the tower. Yeah, it works off of your squad, not the actual tower itself. So if you fill a tower with 100,000 troops and the requirement on the skill is to get below 50%, you have to wait until your squad in the tower gets below 50,000. Also, I need to have this one, not the other one. I love fighting maxed whales, man. Gotta love fighting maxed whales. How much is RRZ now down from swarming? Quite a little bit, actually. I think it's 70. Did he start at 550, right? Yeah. Oh, 50 mil, I guess, if you really look at it. Oh shit, I only did 100k on that one.
As long as someone is still listening.
Where is Shuri at? Who is Shuri, this guy? God damn, that shit hurts. That shit hurts. Yeet. Well, there's not much you could do because we can't set counter rallies, and they also have three maxed out players just swarming the towers. It's gonna trade positive for them because all their swarms are trading positive as well. It doesn't even show them all because there's so much fighting took so long. But if I could find one of this guy's, see, we tripled his damage on beasts. But all of RRZ's swarms probably traded positive. Yep. There's nothing you could do. When a max player just has 5 fucking 7 mil marches swarming your shit. Because then it's 2 mil plus 400k from every other one. It's just 4 million maxed out troops slamming your tower. Like, what do you do? Oh, no. We knew we weren't going to trade positive, Nilak. Fuck no. Again, if you take 4 million maxed out troops hitting the tower, and that's just 5 people. You have 2 people doing that. So you have 6 million maxed out troops hitting a 2 million garrison, or 2 million troop garrison. It's not going to trade positive. No, the swarms, like, you could trade positive on the swarms if you're getting swarmed by non-max players. But dude, this guy has RRZ vehicle, completely maxed out garage. Damage and damage reduction, damage and damage reduction, damage and damage reduction, damage and damage reduction. That guy's got a 1.2, 2.4, 3.5, 4.6 or whatever have you mil refinery. He's got gravity propellers with double squad reduction and double squad damage. So he's got 20% squad damage reduction. He's got 4 red squad damage reduction homes. The only thing that we traded positive is we tripled his beast damage. But in terms of buffs, like, there's nothing you're going to be able to do when you have... He has the same amount of damage reduction that I have on a ranged rally. On top of that, he has... range. He has 72% squad damage and 52% skill damage. What are you going to do against that? And that's... Now, bear in mind, that's on all of his marches. Those stats are on all of his marches. He has flat 41% squad damage reduction, 33% squad damage, and then he has another 40% range squad damage alone. Like, that's insane. This is literally like one of the top accounts in the game, bar none. He's just maxed out everything. You want to know what a maxed out account looks like? This right here. Maxed out. Maxed out. Oh yeah, man. I mean, we're the only team that put up a defense against them. Yeah, no, it was a lot of fun. This is like the whole thing. I love doing this stuff because unless you garrison or rally against like the strongest accounts in the game, you'll never actually know what the gap is, right? Like people can sit here, like even High Guy, right? People like High Guy can sit here all day long and be like, oh, the gap between a free-to-play player and a top whale is insane, or it's like it gets more and more and more. But does he ever actually have the values to show you what a maxed account looks like? Because unless you sit here and take a rally from a maxed account in the game or one of the top 5 accounts in the game or whatever have you like this, it's just words. But you want to know what a maxed account looks like. This is a maxed account, plain and simple. This is what playing in the upper echelon of top 5 players looks like. That's the experience you get. Nah, tomorrow's Genesis War is going to be fun as hell, actually. That one I'm looking forward to. Because... so these guys are 23 bill, or 22 bill. These guys are 25. 25, 25, 22. But then down here, other than Waza, the rest of them are pretty much around the same rating as us. So Circle 2 is going to, Circle 3 or whatever, or Day 3 Circle 2 is actually going to be a lot of fun. Tomorrow, we go offensive. We don't just sit at our tower and get beat up by a maxed account. Yo, shit, Fours Fed V6. Appreciate the Twitch subscription, buddy. Thank you very much. Where did he go? Where'd Broccoli Boy go? What's up, Forrest? Good morning, buddy. I know what I've put in, but I also know my limits. It's also why I play an Elite. Because I don't have, for example, I don't have a max garage, and that's just one thing. The garage buff that you get between hold on. The garage buff that you get by having a gap between your or their firepower versus your protection alone is already insane. But like, again, just from armaments, like 20% squad damage reduction coming from your armaments alone from 4 red squad damage reduction hones is absolutely bewildering. Like, that is insanity. And then the rare hones on these is crazy too, actually. When rage is above 80%, skill damage dealt increases by 10%, and skill damage taken is reduced. And then damage dealt to squad is 11% with the remaining size. So when the garrison gets lower, this just deals more damage. Like, it's so crazy how strong maxed accounts are these days. And it's literally the reason why we left Apex. Oh, you don't mind money having that much of an impact? No, because, I mean, it's in any game. Any pay-to-win game is going to have a very high ceiling. And this is like my 10th or 11th year playing games like this. Like, it doesn't bother me at all that they're pay-to-win games. I can just avoid the upper echelon of brackets. This game actually gives you the ability to play in lower brackets and stuff like that. So I don't really care, because I'm not looking to play in G1, 2, or 3 where these guys usually are. I feel like reply back to that mad word or mad whirls. Mad whirls. You kind of just know what you're getting into when you play games like this. If you're gonna play a pay-to-win game that has so much spend, it's like you have to know what to expect. But at the same time, it's like when people make claims like, oh, the pay-to-win ceiling is so high, oh, there's a huge gap between pay-to-win and free-to-play players, like, it's just words until you actually, like, experience it firsthand. 90% of those people that say that don't play in Apex. Alex, yeah. Yeah. We've seen Cabbage quite a bit, and that dude, every time we see him, just gets stronger and stronger. If you were going to choose one biker to add as support for leader in the field, who would it be? Yeah, Daryl provides good good tankiness, sustain, and then also obviously like buffs for other marches, which is nice. If you have well, actually let me think about that. Who's the leader? Who's the leader hero that you would use in front of in this scenario? That's probably like the more important question. Jesus Christ. Day and a half on a train? That actually sounds kind of peaceful. Nah, man, don't worry about it. It's Genesis War. It's the worst event out of all of them, so it doesn't really matter. I have all the leader heroes, but I was thinking Claude or Isabella, even Bianca. What's the fucking buff that Isabella gives to riders. It's the deals bonus damage and AoE. And she has increased skill damage, and she increases the amount of damage that they take. Honestly, Janet probably wouldn't be a bad gig in this case. Because if she makes it to where this is hitting 2 other squads, then that means that this hits 3 targets, all of which would proc graffiti. So that's 3 out of 5. Janet's main skill would be 4 out of 5.
Want me to spray something on your equipment?
Honestly, I'm gonna go against the grain here and probably say Janet, honestly. I feel like Janet would be unique because she is tanky with a 30% HP. She does have high attack. She also reduces the target's damage, and additionally even more so if they're like one of the range squads. But the nice part about it is that since they're taking increased damage altogether, it snowballs your graffiti, and then the 25% additional skill damage also scales the graffiti also. So I feel like you'd be like nuking single target, and you would actually be fairly effective in the AoE factor as well. I'm gonna say Isabella Janet on that one. Okay, sorry, I'm back. Had to take care of something real quick. I am thinking to trade my Eddie and to Dud. I feel like they are really getting outdated. It depends, Mad. How many infantry marches are you running? If you're running 3 or more, then you don't really need them. Or sorry, if you're running 3 or less, you don't really need them. I would say... Okay, let me ask you this. So you say that you have 1 heroic switch left. Is the 1 heroic switch you picking which rider hero to level up? And in this case, that rider hero that you're picking is going behind a leader? Matthew Rowe, appreciate the follow on Twitch, by the way. Felix Chasey, Sky. Yeah, Reaper, I got you. Don't worry, I haven't forgotten about you. What's up, Quantum? How's it going? Sorry, I gotta like tunnel vision here because I haven't slept yet tonight. And it's now 8:30 in the morning. So I gotta go like one question at a time, otherwise I'll completely forget. I'll check in a second, Neeluk. Hold on. Yeah. I would say like yes, just running behind a leader. I would say D3 that the benefit that comes here with the Janet is not only the fact that she would pair well behind the leader, but I feel like just in general, her kit is something that she can just enable many of the other rider heroes as well. Like for example, like Felix does really well, Rubina does really well, Daryl does really well, Chasey does, or sorry, not Chasey, but Rick does really well. But all these heroes do much better when paired with Janet. So similar to a sense where when you're picking a leader hero to pair behind somebody like Claude, Isabella, that kind of a thing, they take an already existing really good hero and they make them better. I think that the perk here of getting Janet is not only will she perform well behind Isabella, but it would be a good just long-term investment, because in the future, if you ever do go Rider, or if there ever is another like potential hero where Janet already enables heroes to perform better, you have a higher chance of her not phasing out in terms of like her effectiveness, right? Like you may one day go a Rider squad and then Daryl is just not needed anymore because of other heroes that they bring out. But Janet, I feel like, is a safe bet to where whether you do build a Rider squad or you just use her as support, because of her enablement factor, you're probably just going to get more out of your investment, like long term, is kind of what I mean. Hopefully that makes sense. Can you recommend what skills to transcend for Ethan if I want him behind Boyd as an assistant on Garrison? You need skills 1 and 4 mandatory. Number 2 is a cherry on top, and then obviously being full is nice. But 1 and 2 is mandatory. Janet is leader or assistant, it doesn't really matter. Either or. Okay, so now let's backtrack. So now we have... Is someone in the... Oh, is this... Oh, this is you, Neil. Okay. So you're running 4 infantry. I would get Isabella, Bianca, and Claude. Like, fuck anything else. I would put Claude... Well, you do have Claude there. He's already done. Isabella and Bianca. I would get Isabella, put Isabella behind Boyd. Get Bianca and put Bianca behind a Dut or Eddie. If you had to pick one, I would pick Isabella, put Isabella behind Boyd, and then put Eddie behind a Dut. I want Sophie as an archer. Options for my leader. Yeah, I just like, whenever something like that comes up and you have an opportunity to get something that you don't already have, you kind of just have to look at like the longevity of it, right? Because I feel like one of the biggest factors right now that you have to take into consideration that we didn't really have to before, or at least more so as of recently, is their speed at which they're releasing new heroes, right? And you really need to take that into factor in consideration, because you can't just look at like what is good today and based on the current meta, but you need something that's going to be scalable and viable 6 months from now, 12 months from now. Like, what has the least amount of chance of getting phased out? Like, look at how fast Sven phased out, Jonathan phased out, now Bella's phased out, even though she was amazing. Elena is phasing out. You know, like Riven is phasing out. Like, these are all heroes that at one point in time were just absolutely dominating. And while Daryl, yes, has some factors of being tanky, has some AoE and that kind of a thing, is that something that's going to be scalable? Or do we already see all heroes coming out having, you know, HP as one of their skills? Which, yes, we see the majority of them having. Is the AoE factor that big of a thing when Janet makes it to where any hero is doing AoE? So, you know, like, it's just, you really have to look at like the scalability and the longevity factor for the investment that you make. And I'm like, again, my approach to it is just that I feel like Janet is a safer investment because there's less of a chance for her to get phased out sooner as opposed to Daryl. Is kind of just how I look at that. For Rick Chasey, does leader assistant matter? No, because they're both over 5 seconds. Neither one does flat skill damage. I would say Chasey is probably the best to lead because of the skillful firepower portion of it. But at the same time, Rick has really good talents in terms of increasing basic attack damage and such. So I would test with both, because it's not apples to apples here, it's apples to oranges, because Rick has a different talent tree than Chasey does. You just have to play around with it and just see which one performs better. And a lot of that is going to come down to some of your other factors, like your armaments, your refinery, like what other stats do you have and such, and like which talent tree are you going to get the most benefit out of. Oh. So Neil, you already, so these three are already in consideration. What fourth? What did you say your options were? Rider Hero or Ribbon? You don't even have a Rider armament set. So I wouldn't go a Rider at all. I would actually just not even use ranged at all either. I would argue you shouldn't even do... see, so it's like you're running 3 infantry anyways. Like, are you ever going to use Ribbon? Probably not. I mean, you don't want it to go to waste. What is the safer bet here? I really don't know, man. Yours is like... Yours is kind of like super unique in a sense that it's not like you have 5 well-built marches that you need like a 5th for. Like, you're kind of playing the hypothetical game here. You're just using a last one for something that you're not even going to use. So, I think that the answer to your question of who you should pick relies more on which armament set is going to get built faster for a 4th march. Because right now you're going to use these 3 marches. Are you going to build out a 4th infantry march, or are you going to build out a rider march first? That's kind of where your answer lies. Yeah, I got you in a second. Hold on. HP. 68, 58, 52. What about Felix Chasey since they have the same talent tree? Chasey to lead because you want to toggle the bonus skill damage before Felix starts. They're not going to slow down, Mad. Some of us have been around for 3 years. This is repeated behavior. It's not going to slow down. They advised 9 months ago they were going to slow down. And we just got done bringing out Rick and Janet, Isabel, and now a new infantry hero coming up all within a 2 months time span. It's not going to slow down. What's up, Esco? What's up, Casma? Actually, I need to change this to field talents before the fight tomorrow. Yeah, so I don't know that I would get a rider hero personally, Neil, in your case. Is this heroic swap make investing in Bronte? Who the heck is Bronte? Make investing. I have many. I don't have any more heroes I want to update right now. It's kind of like it's not a one size or not like a one size fits all, Sean. It really depends on your account. Like if you're completely set to where you don't have any other heroes to fill in the gap for the armaments that you have and the amount of marches that you send out, then, you know, if you have any heroes that are sitting on the sideline that you're never going to use, then yeah, it makes sense to pick up things like Claude or Isabella or Bianca that'll be usable behind any hero in the future. But outside of those three, it really just depends on your kit. Starting to get boring. It probably just depends on what bracket you're in and what alliance you're in as well. You might be too low in the GW, or you might be too low in the matchmaking of brackets. You're also just at the mercy of matchmaking. Matchmaking is either going to give you a good matchmaking or not. Chasey the answer. Jack? Oh. Oh. I never call things by their second name. I don't know. I'm not really a Jack user or Jack fanatic or Jack fan. If you need him, you need him, but I feel like you can make a 5 March range set without Jack very easily, and I've given that to people as well. Maybe they'll launch a new hero in the next 25 days and I will get it. They have a new infantry hero coming out. 14 days, or whatever, the 29th. Not 14 days, but 3 TC rotations. Yeah, that's fine. I don't mind D3. Okay, let me circle back to these real quick. New infantry rally hero this time? Who knows? Hopefully. I don't fucking know. I hate the fact that they're bringing out new heroes and that's coming from an infantry player. I fucking despise the fact that they're bringing out another hero. I think it's the stupidest fucking thing. Sophie versus Isabella, only awakened. What do you think is the best in general for field for supporting Ethan? I would go Isabella. I mean, because then you can move Isabella behind an infantry, a rider march. You can move Isabella behind anything. But Sophie is better as a lead because of her toolkit. Like Sophie, you need to have her in lead because of her lower rage. Honestly, down the road, you're probably going to want both of them, but I mean, Isabella is just scalable and a safe investment for the future. For the new shotgun hero? The fuck? There's a shotgun hero coming out? Have they already done hero leaks? What the fuck is this? Unless this is just like translated weird and this means infantry hero. I'd wait for the new infantry hero. Yeah, after the exchange is over, the infantry hero come out. I think Bianca's still good to get. Do you think there's a high risk for her to be outdated? I have Bianca. I use Bianca. I only recently not, like, I was using, for my 5 March setup, I was running, what's his nuts? Let me take this out. I was doing, hold on, let me just show you how I have it set up. This, this, this is my typical 5 March setup right here. I think Bianca's still a solid one to get regardless. Because she's someone that you can like move in and use at any point in time. Doesn't really matter like the hero leading. Would I say that she's someone that you should drop everything and go for? No, I would do that for Claude and Isabella first. But if you have Claude and Isabella already done, it's not a bad option to get. Is there any good rider hero I can pair with Claude? Save fragments for Marco. I think it depends less on the hero itself and the armaments. You're talking about the difference between an infantry and a rider. Unless you're putting him in support. If you're putting him in support, I mean, same thing. You're going to be using twice as many fragments for Marco. Marco is just good to have in general. Run in field. Close plus Chessie. Is it good or bad? Who the fuck is close? Do you mean Claude? What's up, Mo? Yeah, if he's talking just infantry, I'd wait for the infantry. I don't want to do entrustments, man. Just give me a hero report or an arena report. Why do I have Sophie leading Ethan? Because Sophie has a lower rage skill proc, 900 rage instead of 1000. So she fires off rage skills faster for both her and Ethan. Plus she increases the skill damage that nearby heroes take. So if by doing her rage skill first and increasing the damage that nearby people take, then when Ethan fires off his skills, they take more damage. Holy spelling. Yes, Chasey and Claude is fine. It's not bad in any way, shape, or form. Anything with Claude is good. And Chasey is solid in the field, yes. I'm working on armaments for infantry, but my rider setup is up and running. I mean, anything at that point. I don't really know what your rider armaments look like, but like, dude, you could pair anybody with Claude and it's solid. It just depends on what you need. Like, and you're not gonna have this game-changing experience by running Felix in front of Claude instead of Chasey in front of Claude, or Daryl in front of Claude, or whatever. Like, anybody in front of Claude is going to be good. Let's make our way down the list here. Okay, D3. You are losing out on a lot, D3, by having Isabella behind Bodala, because she gives an increase in skill damage and he does not deal skill damage. I would put Isabella behind Stella and put Riven behind Bodala. So Bodala, Riven have the health or the shield health benefits and the shield synergy, and then Stella can have the increased skill damage. That's what I would change on yours. Okay, Reaper. I have Adut, Eileen, Miyamoto, Riven, Bodala, and Claude. I would run Eileen, Miyamoto, and Adut, Claude. I'm also winning this TC, and I could have Boyd, who I need for Shelter Garrison. If you can get Boyd with his second skill transcended, Boyd is amazing for field. If you can't get second skill transcended, he's still okay for field, or he's still solid. And in that case, I would run Boyd and Claude, Eileen, Miyamoto. If you want to swap somebody for him, I would probably swap Adut for Boyd, because Boyd Riven is still solid on Garrison, which you've already mentioned here that you're going to be garrisoning. So Garrison, I would run Boyd and Riven, and then just run Boyd and Claude, Eileen, Miyamoto. Stella is terrible in the field, personally. And honestly, like, Stella is really someone that you should go after if you need a rally hero. But if you have two of her skills transcended, you can use her in Garrison with Boyd, and she works really good for multi-rally garrisons. So she may be worth transcending in that sense, but you don't need to transcend her fully. You just need to have two. That's what I mostly play. I'm also the Garrison player for here, so Boyd and Stella or Boyd and Riven is the combo to play. Hard to get the steal to transcend Boyd. So I would give you the same response fury. I would put Claude behind Boyd. I would put Riven behind Bodala. Or 3.8. Actually, I would do yours a bit different. I would do Boyd and Eddie. I would do Stella and Claude. Well, no, I lied. I would do Bodala, Riven. I would do Boyd and Eddie. and then I would do Stella and Claude. Let me think about that. Let me make sure that's right. Yes. Yes. Boyd, Eddie, so that then all the shields that Boyd has, when they expire, Eddie's Awakened skill will cut HP. Bodala, Riven for the shield synergy. And then Stella and Claude. Yes, because then when she is targeted, Claude would reduce the damage that she takes, which then means that you can spool the most out of her... is it War Wheel stacks? Yeah, War Wheel stacks. Yeah, so that's what I would do. I would do Bodala, Riven, Boyd, Eddie, Stella, Claude. Yeah, fucking hilarious, FZ. What do you need on this? Hero pairings? Get rid of Thunder. Wait, hold on a minute. Before I even say anything. R, how many marches are you sending into the field currently? I hope you say 3 and not 5. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I hope you say 3 and not 5. Okay, hold on. Let me catch up on chat. Did we do Reaper? We did. Okay. Thanks. Got it. Thanks. I am range player. I run 2 range marches, and I'm thinking about getting 1 leader march. Not necessarily, Prem. You're probably going to be a lot better off building a 3rd range set and then just putting a leader hero behind them, so that then you can take advantage of the refinery. But I mean, at the same time, like, refinery is troop specific, so it doesn't really matter. I mean, yeah, you can. I mean, unless they've changed things though, it's harder to get leader armaments than it is to get the other ones. Like, they pop up less often or whatever is how it used to be. I don't know, maybe they've changed that. So I mean, I guess, yeah, you can if you want, but it's like, I don't know. I feel like if you go with the range set, at least you can move that ranged armament around to other heroes as they come out, and then you can just still keep putting your leader heroes as support behind anybody. But yeah, you can build a leader set if you wanted. What's the best pair for Pangolin? Bull 5 or Max Pangolin Elite? Max Pangolin Elite. I guess one of those follow-up questions would also be like, is this in terms of like garrison, or is this field, is this rallies? All 3? Only 2 of them? If I don't have Boyd, is Bodala plus Eddie a good squad? Yeah, that's fine. For field, yeah. What hero pair would you swap, or would you stay this way? 2 riders and 1 infantry. So you'd be running your Daryl. Yeah, I would keep it like this. I would keep it like this. Yes, I would keep it like this. Daryl, Janet, Felix, Chasey, Bodala, Claude. Yeah, I would keep it like that. 3 to 5. Don't run 5 marches, only run 3. And run... Oh boy, oh boy. Miyamoto's not even done yet, huh? Do you have any more hero exchanges available, R? Is Isabella Awakened part working as intended? No. Isabella Awakened skill works as support, not just leader. No problem, Sky. Because ideally here, what you would run is Boyd and Isabella, Miyamoto, Eileen, and Stella Claude or Bodala Claude, honestly. Yeah, so go get Isabella and run Boyd, Isabella, Miyamoto, Eileen, and Stella Claude. Ideally, this would be Marco Claude, but you can't exchange for Marco, so just Stella Claude. And then your 4th March, when you get there, I would run Bodala Bianca. Show me reply. Had to do some plumber shit. No, you don't have to show me all your heroes. I'm just asking for one in particular. No, I don't need all your heroes. The pairings are like the hero pairings are all going to be the same anyways. I just needed to know if you have the ability to get Isabella. Because I don't need all the heroes that you have when you only have the armaments to support 3 heroes in the field. I wouldn't be sending out a 1.5 mil March or a 1.7 mil March when you have a 2.6, a 4.7, and a 3.4. It's too big of a discrepancy. Get this to 4 mil, get this to 4 mil, and get this to 5 mil, and then send a 4th March out. Until then, run Boyd Isabella, run Miyamoto Eileen, and run Stella Claude. Once you have those armament sets to 4, 4, and 5 mil, then send Bodala and Bianca out as a 4th March. Oh, bro. You don't want to see the reports. It's painful. I hate garrisoning against max accounts that just fucking swarm your shit and suck my ass. So should we be worried that she won't work as support later, or will it? So the whole thing about is, okay, I've heard this so many fucking times. Oh, if Isabella gets patched, will she be useless on support? Fuck no. Her awakened skill is just peanuts compared to the rest of her kit. The rest of her kit gives you squad capacity, you're debuffing nearby marches, you've got amazing stats here between attack and travel speed, you have a high amount of HPs for survivability and a reduction in skill damage when you get flanked, and then she has additional skill damage and rage regen. This right here is absolute bungus. I did all this thinking that this worked as intended to where this wouldn't work on support. The fact that it's bugged and this works on support is just like icing on the cake. If this goes away, no one gives a shit. She's still an amazing support. This does not matter at all. This is peanuts compared to the rest of her kit and what she offers. I don't have Isabella. Get her. Oh, that's nice. If there's any event you're going to get zeroed in, or you want to get zeroed in, it's Genesis War. They have so much troop return. I would give strongest to your Eileen Miyamoto for the AoE maximizing. Yeah, I would give it to them for the AoE maxing. Yeah, see, like, if we take a rally from this 22, 20, 25, 18 bullshit, put this guy in the gulag. So lucky, man. Like, that's exactly the same shit we had from our first circle. Playing against people that just are, like, realistic players. You just dust them. But you're not going to get that against max players that have 5 max fucking marches and everything else is max, and you have 72% squad damage. You can eat my ass with 72% squad damage for free. Oh, he did Rick. I mean, you did 70, 80, 290,000. I mean, you had 30% more kills coming from Rick than... I don't, no worries at all, Mosen. It's something that I've heard so much, and there's so much, like, misinterpretation and misinformation going out in like, even the official Discord. Oh, don't get Isabella, because once she's patched, unless you have a leader set, she's useless and stuff. It's like, that's just simply not the case at all. She is so good as a hero. So good as a hero. Hold on, I need to go sit by my auto farmer so I can get some resources. Where's my fucking farms at? Hello? Where are you? There you are. No, that's not what I wanted to do. I wanted to do this. Oh my god, okay. So this, save, here. Okay. Oh, wait, no, what the fuck? This. Save here. Okay. This. Save here. This, save here. This, save here. And this, save here. There we go. Can't wait to see brother fully maxed shitting on people. Who's gonna be fully maxed? I'm not. Okay. Dude, it's not annoying, I promise. It's just I feel bad because there's so many I have to catch up on. Trying to remember now. So you have 1, 2, 3. We talked about you having Boyd Isabella? Is that what we talked about? I would do Boyd Isabella second strongest, and then Stella Claude third strongest. Stella has HP, or sorry, the HP, but then also the basic attack damage reduction as she stacks her War Will stack, so she already has good sustain anyways. So give Stella Marco the weakest. Give Boyd Isabella the second strongest, because they're going to be dealing good damage anyways. Between his skill damage and Isabella's skill damage, and then just give your AoE the highest, because they're just going to be Boyd Eddie. Then yeah, same thing. I would do Boyd Eddie second strongest. I would still do Boyd Eddie second strongest, because that's just going to be your damage output one. Stella and Claude have good sustain without. It probably... I mean, there's factors or reasons why you would use either one. This has, like, the HP cut and stuff. I would say that the Cedric hurt more because of the HP cut and the skill damage cut. I mean, 12% HP cut. Skill damage reduction as well. And then it's just flat damage. Yeah. I mean, Boyd is honestly getting phased out quite quick. Cedric is just insane as a support on rallies. Ethan Cedric is just, yeah, better in my opinion. Do you know by any chance Isabella net cycle? I have no idea. I have no idea. They're very random with the leader event stuff. Because even like when it was just Claude, it felt like he was on a schedule and then he wasn't. So I don't really know. Honestly, unfortunately. On... How much gold do you think a squad damage... What the fuck is RDC? Reduction in counter damage? What the hell is RDC? Squad damage? Ranged? I don't know what RDC is. Best pair for Isabella? Any. It doesn't really matter. Just anything that has high skill damage. So Janet's really good. Rubina can be solid for a single target nuke. Felix could be good. I mean, honestly, like, you could pair anybody with Isabella and it works really well. Each different hero would work better because of something different. The only one I wouldn't pair with Isabella is probably Chasey, because she doesn't benefit from the skill damage bonus. Yeah, pretty much C2N. Damage and damage reduction? I couldn't tell you. But what can tell you is the auction house. Just go to the auction house and find a similar item, and that'll tell you how much it should go for. You should also just see if the item is sold, or if you're looking at a similar item that has 5 hours left to sell and so it's not selling. I'm not really a price expert. I don't spend nearly enough time in here to tell you how much something is worth. Unfortunately. Yeah, Mosin. It like honestly, like you could pair so many heroes, as long as they deal skill damage. Like it's hard to fuck it up. You're gonna benefit from the bonus 25% skill damage, and that then you're just gonna be healthy. You're gonna move around fast. You have high attack. Like you really couldn't fuck that up. If you leave squads in tower and GW, then reset hits. Yeah, they go back to your base. And you don't lose the troops if they're in something. I don't know, man. I got them very early on. Also depends on what the values of them actually are starting out. The market has also changed very much since the time that I got it. Every single day that goes by, you have far more sellers than you have buyers, and you have far more items being crafted. So every day that goes by, the market gets more and more saturated, which means that the average price of things go down. The players that will spend the top dollar for the really good items already have the items that they need and have had them leveled up, or they're just looking, or they've held out until now to wait for prices to go down to get items. So you don't have the people buying squad damage and squad damage reduction items for 20,000 gold, even if it's double blues, just because it has it anymore. Not like people used to. Just gotta get rid of these as well. Hey bro, I have to get up early to see this live chat. Yep, pretty much. That's Genesis War for you. How's it going, buddy? This is not the usual time I'd be streaming. This is the time I'd be asleep. But I cannot sleep. And it is now 9 o'clock in the morning and I have not gone to bed yet. Yay, 4.4% gathering bonus. Thanks so much for fucking me. Almost level 41. No, it's not a dumb question. It's not a dumb question at all. It's just that the prices fluctuate so much that it's hard to say that something is priced one way. Like a price could be running average one price for 7 days in a row, and then during those 7 days everybody that's in the market to buy that item has bought the item, and the price completely changes the next week. Or that week, so many more of those items get crafted, and it just saturates the market. And the next week, none of those items get crafted, so the prices go up a bit. So the market is always ever changing. But one thing that is consistent is that with every day that goes by, because the market only lets you use non-linked gold, that means that it's only spenders that are buying items. And there are so many free-to-play players on this game that are crafting items, not able to purchase items, but they're able to sell items. And so you have many items being listed on the market that or many more items being listed on the market than how many are being purchased, is what I'm trying to say. So because it's consistently in a seller's market, it's a buyer's advantage to be able to buy items undercut. Even if an item is listed for a certain price, because it's not selling, they can get messaged by a buyer and be like, hey, I'll take that off your hands for 75% of the price you have it listed for. That's exactly what I did when I bought these items. And yeah, I bought them for a lot cheaper than what they were listed for. Hey, there you go, Brent. Enjoy the heroes while you have them. And anybody that wants to try to compete in TC, good luck to you. TC just got a hell of a lot harder. Happy to help, brother. Happy to help. I buy stuff when they list it within 10 seconds of them listing them. Well, now I see why you probably have sleep issues. Sophie, Spectra, Lynn, Julia, Claude, Jack, Bard, Cedric, and Bodala Miyamoto for infantry. Sophie, Bard, Spectra, Cedric, Lynn, Claude, Julia, Jack. Actually, no. Sophie, Bard, Spectra, Cedric, Lynn, Jack, Claude, Julia, Claude. Claude would help bring Julia up a little bit. Lynn is very survivable, so is Jack, so that pairs well. Sophie, Bard is going to be your AoE, and Spectra, Cedric is going to be your single target. See you, Win. Yeah, Steel's going to be insane. You have all these players that just overnight got these awakened S heroes, and now they need to compete for cores even to just get one skill transcended, so good luck. So lethality and block is a multiplier that happens towards the end of the math equation. So there is a math equation that involves attack, defense, lethality, block, firepower, protection, squad damage, skill damage, basic attack damage, HP, everything else. All the stats in the game are all involved in one math equation that determines the final amount of damage that you take or the final amount of damage that you deal. Lethality and block is towards the end of the equation. Attack is at the very beginning of the equation. Attack and defense are at the beginning of the equation, I mean. So lethality and block are multipliers of your attack and defense. And the thing about lethality and block, to give you the long answer short, the reason why they are more important than attack and defense is because there is something that exists in these games and in real life, in many other situations and scenarios, called diminished returns, meaning that the more that you invest in a single thing, in this case a single stat, the less impactful it becomes later on. So your attack and defense are all multipliers of base stats right here. So this is the base stat of a T6 infantry. With attack, it gives you this green number. Now, if I already have very high attack, very high defense and such like that, getting another 5% attack at when the base value is 200 is only going to give me 10 more. So 10 more going into 600 gives me, say, 630. And that could be far less impactful than the multiplier that you get investing into something like lethality and block. Now, lethality and block only comes from one place, and that would be your armaments. And so because you only get lethality and block from armaments, but you get attack and defense from your hero skills, your hero talents, your research, your alliance tech, your garage, all the skins, all these different places, because you get attack and defense from so many different places, it becomes much more valuable to just get as much lethality and block as you possibly can on your armaments, because there's only one source of you to be able to get it. Heli or Hi Hager. Hey, Hager, hey, appreciate the subscription on YouTube, brother, or sister, person, appreciate that. Are you just a field player, Held? Xheld 103? Are you just a field player? So lethality and block should be the main focus overall. Absolutely, on your armaments. Because again, you get attack from your research. You get attack from your hero skills and their passives and their talents and their weapons. You get attack from your skins. You get attack from your garage. You get attack from your alliance research. Where the fuck is research these days? I don't even know where the hell it's at. Is it? Yeah, you get it from research and the warfare tree. You get attack and defense from so many different places, but you only get lethality and block from one place. And since it's a multiplier, max it out. Don't do counter if you're in the field. Exhaled. Just build full crit or crit and combo. Ditch the counter and go crit and combo, or just double crit. What is this? Can I entrust Pew's account to you to check the account overall? Yeah, I don't care. You could just send me an arena report and I know everything that I need to know if you just send me an arena report. I don't really like entrustments all that much because it makes me fill up my friends list. And then it makes it difficult because I forget who to delete. And then come AR, I need to get added to group chats. Or IR, I need to get added to group chats, and my friends list is full. So if you can just send me an arena report, it's just as effective. Who am I missing a message from? Oh. Nice. Off limits for sure. No problem. No problem. When's the next hero leader roulette? Unfortunately, I'm not a developer, so I have no idea. Who am I voting for? Game awards? Bro, I don't know. If I was to give a game award right now, I'd give it to Battlefield 6 and Arc Raiders. You know who I'd take an award away from? IGG. Fuck IGG. Isabella or Claude, which one is better in all cases? Cares. Well, for one, don't use Claude or Isabella on Garrison. You can use Claude in rallies. Don't use Isabella in rallies. And you could use both in the field. In general, Claude over Isabella. This is why I love your live chat, bro. Wait, why? What did I do? 60% crit is good, even with the other two at 0%. Yeah, it's totally fine. So the biggest and most important factor for you when it comes to beasts is what procs, and I'll talk about this in a video I'm bringing out soon. I need to work on it this weekend. What procs your support beasts, right? So if I'm running, like in your case, you said you're running double tigers or whatever, right? So if this tiger is my support beast, I have to go to his second skill and look at support when the active skill deals a what? A who? A critical hit. So the main and most important thing that you want to look for with your chips that you're equipping is how do I make it to where I am maxing out the amount of times that this skill is going to fire off. You're not going to get this skill to fire off if you're doing a counter. You're not going to get this skill to fire off if you're doing a combo. You're going to get the skill to fire off if you're getting a crit. So crit is going to be the most important factor. If you could have all the stats in the world, but if your support beast isn't actually dealing the active skill or dealing damage, you're not really getting much out of your support beast other than the stats that they provide at 50 to 70% or whatever have you based on your research that you have done. So your most important factor when it comes to beasts, especially in the field, garrison, rally, doesn't really matter. It's just making sure that they're attacking as often as possible. So, like, where if I'm pairing Pango with Otachi, Otachi triggers on a critical hit, so I try to max that out as high as possible. The other stats are just bonuses. I have 59 to 60% attack on my Felix, so should I lower this to get more lethality and block? The principle applies no matter what your stats are. If you can get high lethality and block on your armaments, you're doing good. I'll give you a really fucking good example of this. This guy right here. Everybody knows this guy. Everybody knows this guy. One of the best rider players in the game. Let me show you his armament set, because he understands this just as much as I do. Gold, please. 10, 20%. 1,035 block. 1,400 block. And 750 lethality. 750 lethality, 1,400 block on one of the best rider players in the game. And that's his garrison set. He has rally and offensive sets that are built differently. We talk about this all the time. We're always helping each other with this shit. He is a very, very, very smart individual, and I enjoy talking to him about this stuff simply because he knows this stuff very well. Is this his offensive set? It is. Lethality, 1,200. Block, 700. He still has some attack. It's still there. I mean, 75% is no joke, but you can see where the priority lies, like what stat he's chasing. So what you recommend in range type, having just more lethality or more block? Choose one who's more better for range players. It depends. If you're on garrison, you need more sustain. So if you're on garrison, do a 60-40 mix of offensive to defensive. So 60% lethality, 40% block. If you are not on garrison and you are simply a rally player or a field player, then go 75 or 80% offensive. And just go 75 or 80% lethality. Or max out lethality if you can. That makes sense. Thank you, by the way. I have the option to put gold cat plus purple rhino. Would that be better than purple cat? I haven't looked at them both in a while. Give me one sec. Let me just go here. Max. Increase damage by 15. Crit damage. Reducing defense. Crit damage by 24. Yeah, cat would be better. Cat's better. You get a little bit less crit damage, but you get the bonus stat here, as well as a flat 15% damage boost to the attack. This one just reduces defense, but because you're on support, this is kind of just like a shot in the foot. It's like, oh, I'm going to reduce the defense. But then there's not any damage coming out at the moment. And then in 3 seconds, you are going to deal damage, but it's like 10% is very minimal. I would just rather increase the damage that I'm doing, especially if you're going high crit in this case. Because let's say, for example, your damage is supposed to deal 10,000 damage, but say it deals 16,000 damage because of crit. And then now, because it's at 16,000 damage to amplified from a crit, it's going to take this 15% and increase it even more. So now instead of dealing 16,000 damage, it's dealing 18,500. So yeah, I would go cat in this case. Try Arena of Doom. What do I need to do Arena for? What's up? What's what? Should I switch to more lethality and block, but more lethality for field rally? Yeah. Yes. Yes. In your case, Sky, you're not at the point of min-maxing, right? People like myself or Meaties can chase min-maxing lethality and block because we have red hones on everything, so it's just a matter of getting rid of attack and defense and making it lethality or block. In your case, Sky, the biggest thing for you is chasing all red hones. So if the majority of your red hones that end up popping up is lethality or block, congratulations, you won the race. But if you were to get nothing but red hones and half or 3/4 of them end up being attack or defense, it's not a bad thing. In your case, what's more important is getting red hones, not the min-maxing of lethality block. You cross your fingers, you say a prayer, and you hope that you get more lethality block during that process, but that's more important in your case than trying to min-max. Really, Claude over Isabella for field? Absolutely. Even over Transcended Isabella? Absolutely. Isabella is really good with, like, she's like herself makes her immediate march do more damage because of the bonus skill damage, and then obviously she has the debuffing sense side of things, but cutting HP will always be the most important factor in the game, because yes, they may take more damage, but cutting HP means that it takes less damage to kill them in general. It's not a matter of dealing more damage, it's just that it takes less damage in order for that troop to die. And so, yes, having a fully transcended Isabella is nice, but it costs far less to get a fully awakened Claude, and the impact is huge. You are increasing the damage or the damage sustain of all your marches with his rage skill, and then you're also making it to where enemies die faster with his secondary skill. Ideally, I have gold Rhino as support, but the third skill is OP, but I'm not at level 9 yet. Yeah, I would still just run double cat. And for chips, just focus on the HP ones. Huh? Oh, I see what you're talking about. The stat ones. Yeah, the stat ones are good to focus on. After the stat ones are done, then I would focus on the flat stats, which would be like your crit, your flat crit, or whatever have you. So the left arm, I think, is what it is. But since you already have, if you already have high crit, then focus on the crit damage. If you don't have high crit, then yeah, get the crit. Facts. Yeah, no, Sky, in your case, like I said, in your case, because you have so many non-red hones, just chase red hones. And I would do it from lowest value to highest value. So I would go let's see, I would go these 2% values first. 2.4, get it to at least 3% or 35 plus. Then I would go 2.6, same thing, 3% or 35 plus. Get all these to 3% or 35 plus. And then, yeah, I would just start with the lowest value and work my way up from there. Can I also send you my hero and my beast? Yeah, I don't care. Just send me an arena report. What should the ratio attack to defense be for a field player related to the previous question for lethality? Same thing. I'd go 75% offense, 25% defense. When your screen turns red when you're in a murder ball, what do? 90% of players turn around and march the other way. I do it. If I get targeted in a murder ball, I'm stepping back to bring them into a murder ball. So defense matters much less. I'm trying to be fully offensive. So whether you're a rider player that runs a fast travel speed squad and you just want to hit somebody and get out, hit and run march, or you're playing in murder balls, doesn't really matter. When it comes to murder balls and field play, your best defense is a high offense, because the faster that your enemy marches die, the less damage they're going to deal to you. What would you say is a high crit percentage? Probably anything over 50%. Anything over 50%, I'd probably start focusing on crit damage. Because you have 2 skills that can proc a crit to trigger the active skill, or to trigger your support. You have your leader skill, and then you have your support skill. Either one of those can crit. So with at least a 50%, you're doing good. Plus, diminishing returns is a very real thing for beasts, and it hits hard. The higher that your value is, the less percent that you gain per point, and it hits very hard, very fast, like when that drop off happens. So again, once you get to 50%, I would start focusing on the crit damage, max that out, and then just double back and max out your crit at that point. Hello. I mean, you're 40% offense, 60% defense. It's good if you're garrisoned, I guess. Could be better, but what is your full... So this is your full set? Yeah, I mean, what you have is good because none of your other things are fully red. So instead of worrying about trying to change these values, I would just get all these other values to red first. Prem. I'm doing my attack defense according to your video about diminishing returns, so just trying to balance everything out. Yeah, you can balance everything out for sure. It's just that, like, the diminishing returns really kicks into play once everything starts to get maxed out. But a player like this isn't worried about diminishing returns because all their stuff isn't maxed out, right? So like if all your stuff is maxed out and you really want to min-max your damage and make it to where you're getting the most out of your red hones when everything is red, that's when you can start balancing it out. But in this case, like, instead of chasing those finite, dealing a few percentage points more bonus damage or being a bit more effective, you just chase red hones in general. This right here is why you cannot trust ratings, or arena reports for that matter. What is this? Z, I hope you're going to release your complete beast video guide soon. I talked about it earlier. I'm probably going to split it up into 2 videos. IGG is giving me the runaround on me asking for the numbers on the counter and combo stats that they changed. No, that's absolutely right, Sky. Because again, when you're in the field, whenever your screen goes red, you're typically, just by natural instinct, and it happens to everybody unless you're an absolute fucking behemoth of a player or a degenerate or a whale, whenever your screen goes red, you're probably backing up into your murder ball, so then you're not getting targeted, or whoever's targeting you gets absolutely ripped apart. So in that case, yeah, your offense is more important. This is you. Okay. And sorry, what was it you wanted me to look at? Just look at your hero and beasts? Like, is there anything in particular you want me to look at with your account? Like, is it like your armaments, your beast pairings? I mean, beast pairings are like a work in progress for everybody. Like, these beast pairings are totally fine. You have crit, that's good. Yeah, I mean, your beasts are fine. Like, there's nothing wrong with these pairings at all. Ethan is good in garrison with infantry leader. If he is not transcended, no. You need to have first and fourth skill transcended in order to have Ethan on garrison. And with infantry, you really need to have his first skill transcended to have him in garrison at all. Makes sense. Can I send you my hero for adjustments? Yeah, that's fine. Just armaments and beasts. Okay, I got you. Looks good here. The only thing I would say is get rid of your rally hones. You only have 2 of them, so it's not a big deal, but I would get rid of your rally hones for sure. Because while, yes, you have a bonus 12% damage in rallies, I mean, like, let's just take lethality, for example. You could have 130 more lethality, which would impact your counter damage on rallies, your basic attack damage on rallies, your skill damage on rallies, but it would also impact those 3 factors on garrison, and it would also impact those 3 factors in field. So I would get the rest of these values to red, but I would consider over time changing these rally counter damages to just even a gold infantry flat stat. or squad flat stat. So then it works in rally, garrison, or field. Other than that, it looks good. Yeah, other than that, it looks good. That's the only piece of advice I would give you for armaments. You want stats that are working 100% of the time, not stats that are only working 30% of the time. And by 30%, I mean only in rally, not garrison or field. So that's the only piece of feedback I can say. Other than that, you're doing fine there. Yeah. Yeah, all is well on that. No worries. Oh, here is today's report. I think the only other thing that I would say with range too is I would get rid of these gold travel speed ones, because people be like, oh, range squads are so slow, you definitely want to have travel speed, but 17% travel speed isn't going to save your ass. And if you're in the field and you have range and someone sees it, they're going to target you regardless of if you have range or move speed or not. I would just swap those for offense. Like, I would just take the bonus. If you were to do all three of them and they were all red, I would just take the bonus 195 bonus lethality or whatever have you, or 15% attack. Because it's like, if I'm going to get hit as ranged, I'm going to get hit as ranged. I'd rather just have a higher damage output. You sent me a private message. Why have I not seen it? Oh. The one pack? Appreciate you. Who this? Is this X-held? Oh, this is X-held. .8. I think you said that you're just a field player with the occasional. Yeah, I would get these up because of the crit damage. You're gonna essentially double your crit damage by continuing to focus on that. And then over time, because your crit is already at 850, that means that your crit is about 60%. Yeah, I would start focusing on crit damage for sure. Where did that go? Yeah, you're fine. You don't need to get the 4th skill. 3rd skill is much better for field. In your case, I wouldn't worry about the min-maxing of lethality and block. I would just do the threshold method. Same thing like I recommended earlier. Just start with your lowest stat and work your way up, and whatever you get is what you get. Once you get this maxed out, then you could start worrying about min-maxing. But I would just start with your lowest values. So 2.7 to get up, 2.7, 2.8. 2.7 and 2.8. I would just get those values up and then just start working your way up. Get everything to above 3% or 35, and then get everything above 4% or 45, and then you're in the clear. Next thing you know, you have a 6 mil range set. Have you ever bought the $49.99 Total War Pack from Creators Turf Points Mall? Nah, I ain't done shit with the fucking creator market or whatever the hell. What is that shit called? I don't even know how many points and stuff I have. Yeah, no, I haven't done shit with their point store. Insane. Yeah, this makes sense, Insane. There's nothing wrong with this. Squad travel speed is different on riders than on range. The information I was giving earlier about the range not taking travel speed is one thing, because range are going to get targeted anyways, but with riders you also have naturally high move speed because a lot of the heroes have move speed as well. So having move speed on riders is different. You can take a hit and run and work very effectively on riders, but on range you kind of just have to like take it on the chin and just be able to deal damage. So no, your stuff looks good, Insane. There's nothing wrong with this at all. Oh, looks well there. Holy shit, man. 63 of you guys. Go to bed. Appreciate you guys being here, though. How long have we been at this? 4.5 hours? Not too shabby. Not too shabby at all. Any tips for a better setup? You should try Chasey Rick and Felix Janet. And I would also get all these to level 10 at this point. You're at 18 and 19. I would get all these to level 10 as soon as you can. It'll be far, far cheaper to do, and you'll get so much firepower and protection out of it for the same price. Honestly, high block and stuff like that is probably good on this, because I can only assume that you're probably also a Garrison player based on this. Or based on the fact that your Chasey is fully awakened and transcended. And I can probably be, yeah. Yeah, no, all looks well. Crit combo is good because of Kong. Looks good there. Yeah, all looks good. Do your farms have auto gatherers? Yes. They have auto gatherers, but not the in-game one. It's probably the best way to say that. Yeah, the only thing that I would say on this one, Azrael. I don't know how to say that. But I would try Chasey Rick and Janet Felix on yours personally. I have so many Discord notifications. What the hell? I have 12. Only attack compared to defense. I don't feel squishy with any other hero than Catherine's skin. You're gonna feel like that because you don't have any of these other heroes awakened. Like, and that's kind of the thing too, though, is that like, it's not really so much that you have high attack and less defense, but you also have to look at the heroes in general, Insane, and see like how many rider heroes actually offer defense as a skill. I can tell you one of them is Daryl. Wherever the fuck he's at. Daryl offers defense. Elena offers defense. And I think those are the only two rider heroes that actually offer defense as one of their stats. The rest is just going to be attack and HP. And then like skill damage reduction and that kind of a thing or whatever. But you're squishy naturally because that's the way that riders are built to be. And so riders' defense comes in the form of their move speed. They're not meant to just sit there and take damage head on. Unless you're obviously in Garrison using Chasey. But their toolkits themselves aren't meant to just like sit there and take damage. What's up, hi guy? How's it going, buddy? Yeah. So that, like, you feel squishy because of the simple fact that it's not the way that they're meant to be. It would be the same thing as like a rider or an infantry player saying, I feel like I'm not doing as much damage as ranged or rider players. And it's like, well, yeah, that's just because their toolkits and the way that their stats are built out and that kind of a thing, and their scaling isn't meant to be high damage output marches. They're meant to be high sustained marches. So if you're trying to play rider and you're trying to be tanky at the same time, it's kind of like the Cinderella shoe metaphor where you're trying to fit a shoe on something that just doesn't fit. Like, that's not your role. Your best defense on riders comes from your ability to move very fast and target marches without being targeted directly. So like flank attacks or just your high damage output. If you feel like you're getting melted and stuff, it's because you're sitting there taking too much damage at once. And I can probably almost guarantee that you're running more than one march in the field, when based on all this here, you should only be running one march in field. You should only be running this one march, and anytime that you get targeted, run away. That's it. You have 3.8, 7.7, 11.7, 15.4, 17, 21. You have 21% move speed in terms of just like your hones alone before you go into your talents and stuff like that, and the skills. Yeah, your main defense here is the fact that you're going to get in there, flank marches, and then get out. That's it. Sup, Soul King? Yeah, part of that for you as well too, though, is the debuff that comes from this. So you're gonna see your Felix and stuff like that shine when he's like fully awakened, but more so than that, it's gonna come when your actual armament set is complete. Until then, the defense reduction that you're getting from Catherine's skill, where is it? Reduces the defense by 42%. The 42% defense reduction is bringing your enemy down to like your level, where you only have a, what is it, a 3.5 mil rider march. Your 3.5 mil rider march when their defense gets cut is probably performing more like a 4.5 mil rider march. So as this gets better, then it opens up more opportunities for you to use other heroes and stuff like that. At that point, then it becomes more or less important to try to bring your enemies down to your level, and more just how do I take my high damage and increase this, increase the output. Well, then it comes from Felix increasing his damage by up to 18%, and then also like Elena giving an additional flank damage of 13%. So combined, that's 31% overall damage. But if your damage is low because your armaments are low, then that 31% damage boost isn't that much. But imagine what a 31% damage boost looks like on a 7 mil rider march as opposed to a 31% damage boost on a 3 mil rider march. And that's where the big difference comes from. No, Nom Nom doesn't play. He sold his account. Genesis War has been fun. It's just our second circle is impossible. Because they have NTD with Crimson Rabbit and RRZ, which is a maxed out account. So, Prim and Panda and his happy dappy ass set on Helipad, and FZ was allied with NTD, so we're just waiting for Circle 3. But yeah, all is well. How's yours? Felix to lead, or Felix and Janet, it doesn't matter who leads. You could lead with Felix. The reason why you would lead with Felix is that, okay, let me back that up. It's better to lead with Felix because Janet has a flat skill damage skill and Felix doesn't. And so if Felix uses his rage skill and procs the bonus skill damage of 7.5% after his skill is used, then Felix will proc his skill, and then Janet's 14,000 skill damage will get a 7.5% boost when she goes to use it. So Felix lead in your case. So that's why Medes does so much damage, because of his lethality. Yep, because he knows what to do. Yeah, no worries at all, Insane. That's the biggest difference. The reason why Felix can do so well and the reason why Elena can do so well is because they do percentage based additional damage scaling. And that's why, like, in the early phases of your account, it's most important to get your garage up, your refinery up, your armaments up, or whatever have you, because then it's like your attack is growing and growing and growing. You know, maxing out your research will get your attack up. You know, you'll acquire shelter skins and squad skins. Your research from your alliance tech will go up, all that kind of stuff. So your attack will get higher and higher and higher. And as your attack gets higher and higher and higher, your damage becomes more and more. And then at that point, it's like, okay, instead of dealing 3,000 damage per attack, now I'm dealing 9,000 damage. And now that 30% damage bonus goes from me getting, you know, a bonus 900 damage at 3,000 damage to now I'm doing a bonus 2,700 damage at 9,000 base damage. So, yeah, the stronger that you are, the more impactful those flat damage buffs become. Should I start saving honing chips for 5th skill on Vest, or get 2 red hones every HC? Yeah, Yeah, if you have a superb armament, I would just go for the rare hone. Hold on. The rare hone on vest gives you bonus rage, right? Trying to remember. Basic attacks, bonus rage. I would, so that's the thing, right? You're going to get bonus rage, which means you're going to use your skill, your rage skill more often. But if you have higher stats, then your rage skill is going to deal more damage anyways. If you don't have higher stats, then you can use your rage skill more often, but it's dealing less damage. I would actually say in your case, it's more impactful for you to get other stats up first. I would get your other stats up first, and once you have all of your stats at 3.5% or higher, or 40 or higher on lethality and block, then go for the rare hone, because then at that point your base damage is high enough that with the bonus rage regen, you should see more impact from that additional rage skill use. The other thing that I will say is that you said that you're primarily a field player, and it's an additional 40 rage that you get on a basic attack, having 20% chance, and can only be triggered once every 6 seconds. Most field fights don't last very long. If you're in a murder ball, you can have some elongated fights if they are, but even then, you might have a 30-second, 45-second fight or whatever have you once every little bit or whatever have you. And when it procs on a 20% chance at most, at fastest, every 6 seconds. If you were to get super lucky and get it every 6 seconds on the dot, on a 45-second fight, you're only getting that 8 times, right? As opposed to you could have stats that are increased that are up 100% of the time. So I would focus on your other stats first and then come back to that vest rare hone sometime around that 4% 45 mark or whatever have you. Round 1 was poo-poo. Round 2 is much better. Oh, that's good. Glad to hear it's enjoyable. That is always good, at least. Yo, Yuna, thank you for the subscription. Thank you, thank you. Who is this message? Yes. Daryl is very subpar. Is Rally Garrison with Field Beast even slightly viable? And Fearless, slightly viable. Is it ideal or should you do it? No. No, I would never recommend Ethan on Garrison without being transcended. I wouldn't even recommend Ethan on ranged Garrison unless he's transcended. Ethan on a ranged Garrison requires 1 skill transcended. Ethan on infantry Garrison requires at least 2 skills transcended. At least. 3 ideally. 4 obviously being best, but you need at least 2 on infantry. At least 1 for ranged. Can we run Chasey with Boyd for multi-rallies? No. You can run Chasey with Ethan for multi-rallies. But no. No Boyd, but Chasey. No, no, no. Not unless you want to be paying the bills for your allies to retrain troops. If you want to front that bill, go for it. But no, I wouldn't do that. Negatory. Did I lose my... Oh, it is. Okay. I guess the last one was 3 hours ago. How much is my freaking... 13 and 13.5. Did I ever get more better ones for this? Oh, I gotta get more. 16. I could get those up another 3% each. That puts it at like 50%. Nah, sorry, I'm thinking out loud. No. Chasey Ethan is best for multi-rally garrisons. Chasey Rick is best for single rally garrisons. You can run Chasey Rick on multi-rally garrisons and it could work, but Chasey Ethan has kind of proved itself. If I ever decide to go garrison, is a purple pango with full purple chips with a gold cat to support viable? Yes. Yes. You'll be playing around crit, so you'll do better in single garrison as opposed to multi-rally garrison. But yes, that's perfectly fine. Because honestly, like purple pango as opposed to purple cat would, or gold cat, both of them proc their support active skills off of crit. So, I mean, you don't really get much more of a benefit from either one. So, yeah, you'd be totally fine with that. Who was rally leader, Felix or Chasey? One transcended. Ooh. I'm trying to think if there's any difference. No, there really isn't. Either one. Chasey Felix isn't one of those that really matters too much for who leads who. The only time that really matters if someone leads someone else in terms of like pairing is that you need the person that's in the support or the second slot to be someone that has ideal all my skill damage in 1 second. If both heroes deal their bonus damage over time, it doesn't matter who leads. But if you have one hero that deals their damage over time and one hero that deals all their damage in 1 second, the hero that deals all their damage in 1 second you want to have in the second slot. In that case, I choose counter purple chips. Yeah, you can. You definitely can, especially because it'll help a lot in multi-rally garrisons. So that wouldn't be a problem at all. In fact, it's probably more ideal. And then you should still have high enough crit with crit chips on your main beast to proc your support beast often, which is the main part. So what you're saying is I need to transcend 2 skills on my Ethan before I use them instead of Ribbon or Stella. Yeah, 100%. 100%. Stella will outperform Ethan until he has 2 skills transcended. He may deal more damage with only 1 skill transcended, but you will eat a lot more damage because Stella will ultimately have the up to 40% basic attack damage reduction, plus the shields firing off, where Ethan won't even have the 40% or whatever, 45% defense side of things that comes with 2 skills transcended. Thank you, kind sir. Oh, oh, oh. 10 o'clock in the morning, still not gone to bed. Fucking A. Guess it's a stay up all day kind of thing. And then pass out tonight, so I can actually play tomorrow. And how many skills are needed for Stella to Garrison? What is it? 1, 2... 2 at least as well, I think. You need your HP one for sure. And then you also need this one. Yeah, two at least. You need second and third skill transcended. Yeah. Multi-rally garrison, you need 2. 1 bare bones minimum. 2 to be effective or efficient. Woo! Dos unidos. Is this a thing? This is a thing. Take all of my shite. Yeah, 2.5. Let's go. 1 a.m. here. Dude. Oh, man. 1 a.m. Where the hell do you need to be at for it to be 1 a.m.? What is that, the Philippines? Oh, wait, yeah, it's John Ethan. Yeah, you're in the Philippines. Right now, our lead infantry garrison uses Boyd Stella. Do I ask him to get Ethan for the swarm? It's a lot to ask. Does Boyd Ethan outperform Boyd Stella? Yes. Is it worth getting? It depends on how much you spend. Boyd Stella is still perfectly fine, but Boyd Ethan is just far more effective. Yeah, Boyd Ribbon is fun. Boyd Ribbon is still like the best single rally garrison for infantry. It's just it struggles so hard in multi-rally garrison, and especially multi-rally garrison with swarms. Even in single rally garrison versus swarms, or single rally garrison plus swarms, it struggles. Anytime that you have more marches than one hitting a tower that has Boyd Ribbon, it struggles. Unfortunately. Holy cow, we have covered a lot of content today. What I have learned is that we definitely still need to make one of those fucking whatever this stupid event, Hero Legacy. Still need to make a Hero Legacy video because there are still so many questions about that. And I need to release my Beast video ASAP. Anytime, John, no problem. Salamat po for being here. Magandang gabi. Have a good night. What do you how do you say it's like matamis na panaginip? Matamis na panaginip. Ginip. Matamis? No, matamis na panaginip. That's how you say sweet dreams, right? I haven't heard it in a long time. That was like my childhood with my mom, my Lola. Matamis na panaginip, I think is what it is. Whatever sweet dreams is. You know what I'm trying to say. I fucking probably butchered it to all hell. How stupid is it to get a gathering bonus squad equip set for vehicles? How stupid is it? It's this stupid. This is how stupid it is. It's so stupid you should never do it, ever. Even though it's like probably the best thing I've ever done on this account. It's so stupid I chased the pieces. I'm being completely sarcastic. It's actually like the best thing in the whole wide world. Actually, have I had a March come back yet? If I had a March come back, I'll show you how good it is. 50 seconds, I'll show you how good it is. 50 seconds. Okay, so I did say. I probably butchered the pronunciation of it, but yeah. Matamis na panaginip. Yeah, 8 seconds. I'll show you how good it is. Hold on. I'll show you. It's actually, it's so good, man. It's so good. It is so stupid how good it is, actually. Is it back yet? It's almost back. Come back. Alright. Check it. 1.2 mil territory. Pretty much 1.2 mil in bonuses. And that is 46% bonus. Almost 47% bonus. So 47% bonus gets you almost double on the tile. Is Isabella no transcend good assistant for Boyd? Yeah, totally fine. The 25% bonus skill damage is huge, especially if you have the skill damage skill transcended on Boyd. And then just the rest of the stats keep him super healthy. Holy shit. You did not need to do that, but thank you. Varun. Appreciate the hell out of you for that. You did not need to do that at all. But it is greatly appreciated. Thank you. Kind person. Yes, Isabella is amazing as a support. It doesn't really matter whether you have all skills transcended or no skills transcended. The first skill being transcended on Isabella is the only goal that you should go for, because then it goes from debuffing 3 enemies to 5 enemies. But other than that, you're totally fine. Where to buy legendary augment material? Is that this thing? The only place that I know of to get the legendary augment material is the refining contest. Or, not the refining contest. The refinement pass? Where the hell is it? I thought it's... Isn't it this thing? Oh, where do you get it? Claim daily. I don't fucking know. I know you get it from somewhere. So I need to have Isabella. I would 100% get Isabella for sure. Good stuff, Z. Thank you. I don't know what I did, but thank you. I'd like to have 2 leader heroes, but I don't know which of the 4 to choose. Isabella and Marco, or not Marco. Odd for sure. No contest. is great if you have the other two and just need a third. It's the event with the chests where you need to spend $20 per day per chest. Yeah, no, there's that one for sure, but I know that there's like other ways where you can get like 3 for the week or 3 for the day or whatever it is. I thought it was the refining contest. I thought that was, yeah. Oh, that's just the elite one. Never mind. Okay. I knew there was augment material in here. It's the elite one. Sorry. My bad. My bad. My bad. My bad. It's not the legendary one. It's the 3 elite ones. You get the elite ones from this one. My bad, my bad. I knew I was on the right path with that. I just claimed the wrong one. It's the elite one that you get from that pass. Oh, thank you so much for those items. Any chance we can have a look at your skin buffs? Yeah, I don't care. Buffs. Or skins. Buffs. I don't have 20%, that's for damn sure. I'd say training speed, heal speed, and hospital capacity are probably, or have been, some of my most important ones. Gathering speed as well. For sure, for sure, for sure. But I don't like have any of the ambiances. Turkey one actually looks really cool. What the fuck? I mean, I guess it kind of looks like that one, but the turkey one looks really cool. I am saving up to get Miyamoto skin now. I need a Miyamoto skin 100%. Yeah, that's what I meant. I knew that you got the fucking whatever, the refinement stuff in there. I just, yeah. I forgot that for the longest time we didn't have the legendary ones. I want to get this one up so bad, especially this. I want to get these like 4.5 each, but it is just so pricey now. Fuck that. How much do you need to spend for an ambiance? Like 800 bucks? Yeah, probably sounds about right. I don't know. I do the events, but I don't go for those. I just go for the skin vouchers. I think I went skin vouchers, and I think that I spent the rest on this. I'm everything skin voucher that I can get, I'm getting right now. I don't give a fuck about anything else at the moment. Ugh. Happy to. Oh, did I get another march to come back? I did, but this is one of the lesser, these are the lesser marches. Yeah. Oh yeah, see. On the ones where the heroes like actually like come back with some bonuses of their own, like in their skill sets, it is chef's kiss. If it was up to me though, I'd probably swap out all the gathering speeds for gathering bonuses. I used to run 120% gathering speed. Actually, I think I sold a lot of the pieces. Oh, what the fuck? I didn't even realize I have this. think I sold a lot of the pieces though. But yeah, I used to run like 30% gathering speed on each of the pieces. So it was like 120% gathering speed. So it was like super fast that I was getting stuff. But yeah, the gathering bonus helps out a lot. Z, when to transition from legendary to superb armaments? What star level? I would say 4. 3-star is decent, but the basic attributes are usually a bit behind. So usually at like around 4-star, your basic attributes have pretty much caught up to the basic attributes on the normal non-superbs. And even though the values would be less, you have the 3 stat values instead of the 2. So it's usually around that 4-star mark. I wonder if I have... I think I have one. Yeah, like right here, for example. So you can even see it in the power difference. So this is down at like 96 instead of 120 and 6.5% instead of 9 or whatever have you. But because of the type of stats they are, like HP plus you have a 3rd stat, it usually surpasses right at about that 4-star mark. That's when I would do it. I actually like really want to just make this a move speed march. But I have so much more move speed on this one, like unintentionally. 7.5, 7.5, 7.5. Yeah, just like completely unintentionally, I have way too much move speed on that. Yeah. I need to take advantage of that, actually. It'd be a fun one to just kind of run around and fuck around with. I just have not done that. I want the Miyamoto skin, though, man. Fuck, if I had the Miyamoto skin with that, that'd be so much fun. Does Eileen have move speed? Yeah, she is 20%. It's not too bad. I think I would still do Miyamoto and Marco, or Miyamoto and Claude. Probably Miyamoto Claude, actually. And then I could actually take the fights head on. If it was just hit and run, probably Miyamoto and maybe even a Dud at that point. Ooh, you know what? Actually, this might be the new move. I think it's Miyamoto Isabella for the hit and run. 5% less move speed, but 25% more skill damage. And 30% HP. Yeah, I think this is the move, honestly. I think that's the travel speed march there. I can't create a march at the moment. Fuck. And is there a difference between 3% squad attack or 3% rider squad attack? It's the same. The only difference that you would see that is that if you had that garrison, or if you had that armament set, and you were garrisoning, say, like your base, for example, then the 3% squad attack would apply to all squads in your base, where the 3% rider squad attack would only impact your rider troops that are in your base. But no, in terms of like, just like using it in like one squad or whatever, or one march, no, they're both the same. But because one impacts more troop types than the other, that's why one caps out at 4.5% and one of them caps out at 5%. Even though they're the same might. It's just because, or same power or whatever, it's just because one applies to multiple troop types while the other one doesn't. So you'll get a benefit of this if this is garrisoning my base, but this one won't. Ooh. Any other last minute questions or anything? Because if not, probably want to get some chores and stuff like that done around the house. Yo, what up? Welcome back, Calamity. Yeah, if I'm not going to sleep yet, I probably want to get some chores and stuff done around the house so I don't have to think about them for the whole weekend. You ain't getting away. Watch me, bitch. Just kidding. Sorry, that was rude. Watch me, bitch. No. Let's go, League. Dude, I was playing ARAM Mayhem so much last night. So much last night. Oh my god. I love ARAM Mayhem. Why not invite me the fuck? Because I was kind of playing it in between zombies. And I was actually at one point playing it while doing zombies. And that was probably a terrible decision. But it's because, yeah, my other buddies invited me to play because they needed a fifth. And so I didn't really think much of it. I kind of just did. And then I was like, oh fuck, we're grouping up for zombies. We can play some League ARAM Mayhem right now though if you want. I'll take it off stream though. Not sure the difference between squad lethality and ranged squad lethality. Same thing as that we were just talking about most, and if you're here, they're both lethality upgrades. It's just that one, if you're garrisoned in your base with the armament set that has those stats, the one that has squad lethality will give lethality to all of your troop types, where the one with the specific troop type will only get the lethality. So, but it is the same, Daniel. Just thank you for all the time you give us. It helps us so much. Yeah, no problem at all, Bubba. I love doing it. Honestly, I enjoy doing it. It's like I'm gonna be playing this game during this time anyways. I'd rather spend it, you know, helping others instead of just sitting here beating my shit. I don't know. I got another message. Can you take a look at this report and give me your advice on the heroes? Sure. I would bear with me here. Hold on, I gotta figure this out. I would put Eileen and Miyamoto together. To have a full AoE march. I would put hold on, Claude gets a shield, right? Sorry, I'm playing on like no sleep brain right now. He gets a shield, right? He does get a shield. Okay, yes. Okay, I know what I'm doing. So I would go Eddie, Claude, because Eddie's awakened skill makes it to where when a shield expires, it decreases the HP of people around them. Hold on a minute. Let him cook. So that you can still keep a skills hero in the lead of every march. I would go Eileen, Miyamoto. I would go Bodala and Eddie, because Eddie also gets shields, and Bodala makes it to where when you have a shield, you take less damage. He has a flat damage reduction buff. So they get that synergy. Plus, the Bodala shield, when it expires, will cut the HP of troops from the Eddie synergy. So I would go Eileen, Miyamoto, Bodala, Eddie. I would go Stella and Claude, because if Stella gets targeted, she has up to 40% basic attack damage reduction from her War Will stacks, which also then further stacks with the fact that she takes damage reduction while paired with Claude, and so she has high sustain at that point. And because she has high counter damage and 2 rage skills, when she's hitting somebody that's HP cut from Claude, it'll deal more damage. And then I would just keep it. Yeah, I would keep the rest of it. So Eileen, Miyamoto, Bodala, Eddie, Stella, Claude, and keep the other 2 is what I would do. Chaos. Say you hate me without saying you hate me. Shut the hell up. Squad reduction or squad damage, which to go for 2-4 in refinery. If you are a garrison player, squad damage reduction. If you are a rally or field player, squad damage. Since I've caught a stream, how have you been? I've been chilling. I've been alright. How about you, Jake? I've been chilling. Thank you, though. EUS or EUNE? NA. I don't think it really matters. I think if I just log in with my account, I can just invite you again or whatever, right? I don't think it really matters. Because wasn't I playing with you from just like my normal account? Hold on, I'm opening my game. I thought we figured out that it was like you can just play on your normal account. Oh, yeah, that's what it was. Bro, let me try adding you from my normal account. Let me just like see what happens. Holy fuck, is this game gonna launch or not? Okay, well, it's just taking forever. Hello, Z. I have a weapon with 6% infantry attack, if you are looking for smelt. No, my weapon has, my weapon has squad damage and squad damage reduction. Thank you, though. While dispatching squads, you didn't put a vehicle in it. Yeah, you don't need the vehicle itself. The vehicle, the march skin, the squad skins, those are all passive buff that you get regardless of what's it called? Having it on there. I think the only vehicle that actually matters is which vehicle you have here. Which, actually, shit, I should probably... Actually, I don't think it matters, does it? Oh, yeah, no, it doesn't matter. The only thing that matters on your vehicles is which mods you have on it. That's what it is. The only thing that... It doesn't matter whether you have any vehicle equipped or no vehicle equipped. The only thing that matters is which components you have equipped, or like which mods. But these buffs themselves, you'll always have the buffs no matter what. Like, whether you have a vehicle equipped or not. See, only one component of each vehicle customization slot will take effect, but the vehicle attribute bonuses can stack, which means that all of these vehicle bonuses stack, regardless of you having them equipped, but the component is the only part that will actually work. So I can't purchase both of these and have them. It's whichever one is equipped, then I get. I confused myself for a sec there. I had to figure that out. Calamity, what is your league name again? Can you send me your league name on Doomsday or Discord or something? My name is Ligma Tea Mushroom. Oh shit, it's Clash Weekend. I better tell my buddies to register a team. I love the Clash rewards. Oh, it's ARAM Clash 2? Oh, it's cooked. It's over. I saw live you used gold for healing troops. I used gold for healing troops? When? Oh, yeah. The fucking, this thing that pops up over here. Oh yeah, hell yeah. I take that every day of the week. Because I don't have to use, resources for that. Or speed ups. Yeah, but what's your, like, hashtag or whatever after the hashtag thing? Scroll boy what? What's the tagline? What's your tagline after your name? Raz Shakuri. Look. Oh, EUW. Hashtag EUW. EUW. Add friend. Did I spell that wrong? Maybe I can add you. Does not exist. Oh, okay. No worries. Hey, bro, I'm not gonna believe you until I see it in person, firsthand, myself. I want to know who won this one. Oh my god, it's 4KO, 4KO. Oh, fuck that. I hope they won. And Keiko. So Keiko beat SMHS. So SMHS gets demoted. Which means we're probably fighting SMHS. Which is fine with me. ELD gets demoted. Fine with me. Who won in this one? Looks like UC was probably one of them. Does not look like NFH was one of them. I imagine LM4S does with just their sheer numbers. I don't know who to expect from these brackets. G12? Or was it G11? Oh yeah, G12. G12 A4A, I assume, promotes. BDTN. Yeah, then that'd be fun. Just trying to figure out who to actually be fun to fight. This would be a fun one to fight. Oh fuck, it's like Sloth again. Oh god. This guy's a pain in the ass to fight as well. He's strong as shit too. Ah, fuck it. I'd fight him again. Welcome back. Yeah. Who's in Discord? Nobody. Oh, they're in the other one, that's why. Is your tagline EU West or EUW? Is that actually your tagline? Oh, okay. Any other last minute Doomsday related questions before I head out of here. It's just Ligma Team Mushroom and then hashtag USA. Or whatever tagline USA. So it's like LIGMA, Timo, Shroom, USA. Okay. Well, if that's the case, I'm gonna wrap up here. Go make some coffee. And probably just chill for a bit before I do some house chores and stuff. I'll stream tomorrow's Genesis War, the circle or the final circle as well. It should be a lot of fun actually. It should be a lot more competitive than this one. Fighting someone that's what 10, 20, 30, 40% stronger than we are. And combat ratings. No bueno. But alright fam. Appreciate y'all being here. Appreciate the love and support. You guys know what to do. Hug a loved one. Tell them you love them. Life is short. Peace out, y'all. See you tomorrow.